on, Joel. Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody is doing well on this Tuesday morning. This is our first session of budget for 2026. So we've got 6 fun, energy-packed days ahead of us of presentation after presentation after presentation. So I hope you all are ready for this. So a couple of things I wanted to talk about before we got moving here, and then we'll turn it over to Barry to fill in anything that I may have missed. But the budget is the most important thing that we do. It is where the budget is where the rubber meets the road. Where we decide to spend our money or decide not to spend our money is ultimately where our priorities lie. So we've got 6 full days ahead of us. This is the time to get our questions answered. Ask as many questions as we want, but I ask that our questions seek clarification and understanding respectfully, to the point, and as briefly as we possibly can. We have a lot of information to go through, so I don't want us to get hung up on any one item or any one department. We can always have conversations with staff outside of this venue, or we can come back here for other meetings in July and August. If we want to drill down a little more deeply into a particular department or particular line items, we can do that. We've got all of July and all of August to make that happen. So we don't have to get all of our questions answered necessarily over the next few days. And if staff doesn't have the answer to the question, they'll get it for us, okay? And also, just to understand what our role is here, it's not our role as a policy-making body to determine how many employees the department should have, what their rates of pay are, or what their job descriptions are. That is between the department director and the county administrator to handle that. We can make comments, we can have suggestions, but it's not our role to define what those are necessarily. So in September, we'll have 2 budget hearings where we will actually approve the millage rates and the fees that actually go to fund all these departments. And this is going to be a budget year of gotta-haves, not necessarily nice-to-haves. I think that is something that we probably all very much understand, with property values coming in where they're at, and understanding that people are still suffering with hurricane damage and the high cost of living, and people are looking for us to provide as much relief as we possibly can. So with that said, Barry, did I miss anything? You want to add anything in before we kick things off?
Commissioner, I think today's the kind of the start of the budget process, and so we're gonna take all the comments that you have. Some things we'll be able to answer, as Chair Scott said. A lot of things we'll have to do additional research on and come back to you. We're going to print for you or send out to you a kind of a running list, so we're all on the same page of the follow-up items and the things that you want to do. And so if you see something on there, you say, hey, you forgot this, then that way we can all stay on the same page over the next several months as we're developing the budget. As you'll see, we're not here to present a recommended budget. We're here to present information about the departmental needs, where they see the challenges that they're having, along with kind of painting a picture of where we're at as a county and our resources available to us. So this is beginning. Coming back in July, on the 22nd, I'll be presenting a recommended budget. That's where we'll close, and you'll see we have gaps, and we always have gaps at this point, even in good years, and we'll continue to work with our constitutional officers, our appointing authorities, and our departments to close those gaps and make a recommendation based upon the feedback that we hear coming out of these BIS meetings. So again, this is the beginning of a process. It's several months long, as Chair Scott said. And we just need to work together to make sure we align, our priorities with our budget realities, and as we present and adopt a budget coming up here in September. So today we've got a presentation for you. It's not real long, but it kind of paints a picture of where we're at. And then our property appraiser, Mike Twitty, will also help paint that picture. And that'll be the reality check that we have. But it really does, tell us what we're facing. When we're also looking at the budget, I think it's very important, because if we wanted to solve the budget, it's really easy to do. but that doesn't necessarily make it a sustainable budget. So we need to be looking out over the next several years and making sure we set ourselves up to be in a good position today and a good position tomorrow. And so that's also part of the process we're going to look at, and especially when we're looking at property values and what's off the tax rolls, that will also help paint a picture of the future over the next several years. So with that, absent any questions, we'll get into our presentation.
All right. Morning, Chris.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chris Rose, Office of Management and Budget. Thank you for being here today and the next several days. I'm going to say many of the same things the county administrator said, so right into it, we have the countywide property tax roll growth of 3.8%. That is compared to 9.3% last fiscal year.
3.77, but he rounded up. So.
Yes, sir. 3.77. That is not final. It will be final on July 1st. Looking forward to it. It was 9.3% last year, really this year, but last year this time. New growth last year was $1.8 billion. This year, new growth is a negative $0.5 billion, and that's a net number. That's $1.6 billion of new construction, so not too far off last year's number, but $2.1 billion of demolition going down the other way, primarily attributable to storms, not entirely, but almost exclusively, so most of that. And then just as a side note, almost $3 million of storm-related rebates for the county, $6 million county-wide, but $3 million for the county. The school board, municipalities had some pieces of that, $6 million as well. So departments and entities have done a very thorough job of keeping costs down. They got the message back in January when we kicked this off. It has been a somewhat of a marathon, not a sprint, as we've gotten to this point. So this is the beginning for you, not so much the beginning for us. We've been building to this moment.
And you'll get to meet each one of our budget analysts. They'll come up with the operating department and entity. They've been meeting with the departments and going through their budgets and looking at cost savings, looking at alternative service delivery. And they've been doing that for several months. And so they'll kind of outline for you what they've done and how they worked with their various departments. So that'll be part of the presentation as we get into each operating department.
You can see much of my staff back over here ready to go. They'll be sitting next to me when their departments are up. The property appraiser is going to be the first one up right after this, so we should be all good. But after 4 years of this same push to keep things flat for departments and recently for appointing authorities, they've been reducing costs where possible, absorbing contractual increases and continuing the dedicated millages that we set aside for public works. Additional savings are going to be really getting more and more challenging as each of those years go forward without doing things that really bite into services or stressing the staff further, or deferring maintenance. So here's the main slide of the day, I suppose, is we're at a balance, $17.4 million. Now, that's a structural imbalance. That is recurring revenues versus recurring
we're at this point in the budget, we're always off, okay? So that's not alarming, that's normal, because we'll go back and begin to tighten up revenues, expenses, new program requests, or decision packages, and all of those types of things. And a big piece of that is the sheriff that I'll be meeting with, and again, working with him on closing some of these challenges.
Commissioner Lavelle?
Just real quick, Barry, do you remember how much we were out of balance last year?
I don't.
I thought to look that up this morning and just didn't get a chance to, so I'll get it by the end of the day.
I really don't remember. It's not, it's not abnormal, because now, we're going to be making some decisions. A big piece of that's the sheriff. I need to meet with him. He's got, his costs are, it's healthcare increases. It's his Florida retirement system, skyrocketed because of changes in state law. Things that are completely outside its control, but it has a major budget impact to us, okay? And there's only so much revenue, So those are the things that we'll have to meet and talk about, and how do we prioritize and how do we address all of our various needs. I pick on him, but it's really, we have there's other things in the budget. That's about 40% of the budget of the, it's 40% of our general fund, okay, not of the budget. So those are the types of things that will be followed up, and we'll solve between now and when I present the budget here in July 22nd.
So a couple of familiar graphs. You've seen this. As the administrator said, the sheriff is about 40%.
Go back one slide, Chris, because you didn't really cover the items to the right.
Sure. So the idea of a structurally balanced budget is that recurring revenues cover recurring expenses. So if you don't do that, you're basically creating a hole in future years. Some of you have heard me say it. I try not to create problems for future budget directors because I may be that future budget director. So right now, if you look under recurring items, revenue and expenses, 912 versus 929, that's the difference. The 17 million at the very bottom, 17.1, that's the difference that we're looking at closing right now.
And I wanted you to see this because storm-related expenses will drive a lot of different things within the budget that we had. Those are one-time costs. It drives down our fund balance. We spend about $70 million on the storm response. We'll get portions of that back over a couple of years, and those will be adjusted when you see, like when we get into the general fund, you'll see some of those items outlined in there. And so they've tried to scrub the data to where it's apples to apples year to year.
So in this slide, we're showing you what we've shown you before, and there are two adjustments that I want to call out to your attention. In the sheriff's budget, we've actually reduced it from what the actual budget was to show the recurring part of it. In the current year's budget, 25's budget, we had $17.8 million of one-time that we carried forward from 24 into 25. I've taken that out just to make an apples-to-apples comparison. And then this year, you're going to hear a couple of different times about 911. We're switching the way 911 is funded. So we're taking it out of the department general fund and putting it in transfers out to the 911 fund. So I've controlled for that as well in the 207.
But that's a big piece because cost didn't go away. It's just how we're accounting for it. So it's in a transfers out line item versus in our operating. And so you'll see that.
We didn't want to take undue credit for that. So this is the way it looks, the same $1,092,000,000 adopted budget that we have. Here we are in the 26 request. Very, very similar. The basic tenants stay the same. The sheriff is a little higher and the transfers are a little different. So as we go, this graph will change, but the bottom line is the big chunks stay the same in the budget. So what you see in the documents that you'll be looking at for the next 4 days and then 2 days next week. Again, 3.8% countywide property tax roll growth, and it is the same tax rate as the current year. It does not include a general increase, a salary increase for planning purposes for most departments. The property appraiser and the sheriff are two exceptions. They are built into those budgets, but we're in the county administrator departments, they're not.
It's not a big deal. They submitted it as part of their budget, so they included it in. We know how much it is. That's what, like with the sheriff, that's one of the things we're talking about. And so we'll probably adjust that based upon what we're going to do for everyone and what our recommended will be. So they just included it in. We know what it is. And so it's just, that's the only difference. So they've included it into their request, which is what is shown within that structural imbalance.
Okay. So back to page 4, that's included. The 3%'s included in those deficits?
Well, actually, it's for the sheriff and property appraiser. They're included in. It is not included in for the rest. And it's about $800,000 per percent. And so that'll be a factor we have to include in. The sheriff has it a little high for planning purposes. Again, he understands that. We're going to all agree on whatever that amount is. And I don't want to get ahead and make that a public issue. But those are types of things that we'll talk about and decide on what those will be. And then we'll adjust the budget accordingly. That'll be part of solving for that $17 million.
So you said 900,000 per percent?
Is it 800,000?
Between 800 and 900, yes, sir, per percent.
So
In the general fund.
For the
Right.
general fund.
Understand. So
Yeah.
that 3% or that 2.4 million's not in this structural imbalance.
Correct.
That's correct. It's on top of that, yes. So the BIS documents that you see will keep the 3 dedicated millages the same. That is our working posture on this budget. It includes some high-priority decision packages going forward.
We're going to go through all of those. We've tried to be, you'll see it's, and each one of them, you'll see it within the departments, but then when we go through all the decision packages, you'll be able to see those. And it's really hard. It's, when we're facing a deficit like that, it's easy to say, okay, no new decision packages, right? And we've tried to do that. But I'll just pick on some, like over at the state's attorney's office, there's a software that will help them with how they manage all the body camera information coming in. It's either you're gonna spend a ton of staff time or you're gonna have technology to help solve for it. And it's little things like that sprinkled throughout where we've tried to make tough decisions, but there's some that just really make sense to make that type of investment. And so we'll go through them individually, but that's an area we have to look at hard.
And we're working towards multi-year building back of the reserves. We talked about that a couple of weeks ago, and we'll show you how that works out. And we're working towards multi-year sustainable budgets, as the administrator said earlier. So, in conclusion, this is a maintenance year. It's not a year to jump forward or necessarily backwards. It is something that we're going to work on over the next several weeks to close that structural imbalance, and be happy to take any questions. We have a time frame up in front of you, as the administrator said already. We've already got our BIS started, so check in that box. On the 22nd is when the budget and the maximum millage discussion will occur. We have budget workshops potentially scheduled for the 14th and 28th of August, and then the 2 budget hearings set for the 4th and 18th of September.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 800,000 per percent in raises, that's for all county employees, including the sheriff's office?
No, that's for non-sheriff office employees.
It's-
Okay, so because since his is built into the budget, he'll follow whatever lead we have. Or I mean, that's a discussion that we'll have with him. But that's in his budget. So the 800 for everyone else.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So looking through some of the budget pieces that you've given us, there was sections that identified salaries and executive salaries. And maybe at some point, again, I'm not asking for now, but that we can look at what that signifies, who's in the executive salary and who's in the other salary. And the only reason I bring that up is we're talking about all kinds of ways to try to watch our costs. Sometimes I feel like the folks that are at the upper end need to maybe take a little bit less of an increase, and that would include us too, I'm saying. So a little less than what the folks that are the worker bees that are out there every single day doing the hard work. So I just want to make sure I understand what those separations are.
And we can go through that, Commissioner. First, the executive salaries is kind of a misnomer. It's all of our exempt employees.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just the people at the very top.
Right. No, I get it. That's why I noticed that one was bigger than the other ones.
Yeah,
I'm thinking,
it's all of our exempt employees, which includes Della. And so it's any exempt employee. All right. So first off on that, we have, just for information, we have done exactly what you said over the last several years. We've given an amount of money and then a base amount for everybody. So from a percentage-wise, people at the lower end of the pay scale are getting a bigger percentage than the people at the top end. So we've done that for several years. This commission has, and it's actually done very well, and it's been very accepted by our employees.
well, and this year is just a different kind of challenge.
Yeah,
So,
it
I
is.
mean, again,
It's going to be a little smaller this year, right? We know that, and so that's part of the discussion we need to have.
And the other piece is this complete picture of our reserves. And I mean, the reserves that we've started building into our departments that started last year, which is, and again, I want to make sure we're clear on where all of our budgets are, what monies we have access to, what our policy is currently on our general fund, which we had a lot of argument with a couple of years ago, and just see where we are with that and what that looks like in terms of movement. And again, the amount of dollars per percent. I mean, these are all moving pieces that we can kind of refer back to throughout the next few days and then obviously into July as well. So that would be helpful. And then just the idea of how our anticipated changeover of our employees. Again, I've talked about this before, where we have the significant number of, well, average age of 53, 52, whatever that is, and what that looks like as we move this year into next year. So we have a sense of that. Kind of retirement pieces, if you will. And then the underlying thing just on capital, just where we are with fleet and vehicles in departments are really a big deal. And that inflationary piece on chemicals, I saw some chemical number that was going down dramatically in stormwater, or I think it was stormwater, but one of the departments. So are we seeing that kind of improvement as far as inflationary issues on other stuff? So those are just some general things that, as we look through the budgets coming up, they'll probably be filtered in all of that. So just keeping track of it along the way.
We can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I think, Commissioner Levin.
Go ahead.
I think the reserve discussion is going to be an important one to understand where we're at with all of that. Does the budget include the 3 level of service millage for repaving of local roads?
It does.
It does.
Yes. So we have not hit, and we're going to have a presentation on that about where we're at. So I've asked Kelly to update those numbers to show you where we're at and, project out, where we're at in our backlog and getting caught up on our local road repairs. So that'll be part of the presentation when we get to Public Works. Okay. The other piece you were talking about with when we have the millages, we'll call those out, and those are transfers, but we've also put an inflationary amount in, so we've captured the full amount of that. So it has, and we've done that over the last several years. So there's some catch-up piece, but if you recall, when Kelly gave her original presentation, we only gave her half of what that was needed. So it's a good time to kind of call that out and see where we're at.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to dovetail on what Commissioner Eggers was saying, 'cause sometimes he is a very wise man, given his age, and he just celebrated a birthday, so he's a year older. When we talk about the reserve levels, one thing I want to talk about is if the changes that we can do ourselves, or if there are changes that have to be done at the state level. Because I think if there are changes that we can do ourselves through ordinance, that will be a lot easier. But I want to look at any and all options when it comes to changing our reserve levels and being able to transfer funds. Because as our clerk has mentioned, our ability to transfer and loan money and get loans in the event of another disaster, I think will be pretty easy.
Commissioner Scherer, your microphone's on.
Yes, sure. Just real quick, Chris. These you gave me all these flow charts with the with personnel.
Yes.
Do your budgets assume that all these positions are full?
No, sir. It does not presume that all 100% are filled 100% of the year. Many of the departments have a personnel lapse factor that we built in, an attrition factor, if you will. And it's on a department-by-department basis. So some departments have more attrition than others, and so, no.
Thank you.
So, and I'm going to follow up on that, Commissioner. Each department, as the analyst went through, they challenged open positions on whether or not they're needed. Can we eliminate positions? And so some of them have been done as part of that process. So they did look at each position individually as they go through that. It's the same thing with vehicles. Okay, we've tried to bring down the number of vehicles and number of pool vehicles and do a better job with that. That's a work in progress. I think we have a lot more work to do there. I think there's opportunity there, but they've already included that within the proposed budget that you're seeing.
Well, and I noticed a lot of these had a number of vacancies, so I was just trying to get a handle on them.
And some of those, I'll pick on Jeremy, out at Utilities. It's not because of the position's not needed, he hasn't been able to fill it.
Right.
Hiring engineers is hard. So the work really got shifted from his operating budget out to his capital budget because he's been contracting out for the exact same thing he would do had he had an internal position. So each one of them has a story to tell. So as we go through the particular department, they can answer those types of questions. And that's a good, good time to bring any of those up.
Very well. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Guess I'll chime in here briefly. A lot of talk about salaries and pay increases. I mean, I was having the expectation to reduce salaries, executive salaries in particular. So, I mean, I'll be pointing out, by departments that most departments, when you look at salaries, they're already, budgeting increases from their 2024 actuals. So a lot of departments aren't actually reducing salaries. They're just reducing less the previous budget, but that's still sometimes a 7, 6, 10% increase from their actual from 24. So, I mean, I think it's important to look at everything and not just look at the percent of budget to budget, but the percent from the budget increase from the actuals of 24. Because when you do that, you still have significant increases baked in for reclassification and everything else. So, I mean, I'll be recommending, department by department cuts in salaries. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're moving on to property appraiser. Morning, Mike. How you doing?
Good morning. Morning, everybody. Thanks for having me in. I know I guess it's become a bit of a tradition that you all have had me in at the start of the BIS kickoff to kind of review where we're landing with taxable values. As you know, we delivered our estimates by June 1, and we're still refining some things, moving towards our July 1 preliminary value estimates that are the ones that actually go up to DOR. And then those are the ones you typically really work on for the budget purposes going towards trim time. So I guess we should really start off with some value trends here. You've got, over a 20-year run here of values. The blue bars depict just market value in aggregate countywide. Over that time frame, you can see the peaks and the valleys. Obviously, the 2007 peak was before the Great Recession, and then you can see where we went into the trough. The gold bars reflect taxable value. So your difference between those two are functions of your assessment caps and your exemptions. That's what creates that difference. And then taxable value is the number that you all are focused on. And you can see just market, actually the worm turned there and went downward slightly, about 1%. Went down about $2 billion from $227 billion to $225. But yet taxable value still rose from 135.2 to 140.6. And then if we put new construction on there, that's red off the right axes there. You can see we'd been over $1 billion for many years running, and while in aggregate we're 1.5 or 1.6 billion in new construction for 2020 for this year, when you take into account storm damage, which was significant, that pushed that number greatly down. So it pushed it into the negative.
And commissioners, you didn't see this in other counties. I mean, the impact to us was far greater.
Right.
So,
Right. Yeah, you saw this in, when Ian hit Lee County and Charlotte County, they had these scenarios.
Hey, Mike,
Yes.
how long did that dip last?
In Lee County, I think it depends on the jurisdiction. I think they've still got, some of their beach communities they're still on the downward side, at the back side of that. But they're seeing the redevelopment, they're seeing the activity, people are rebuilding. Some have sold and there's new development going on. I toured Lee County back last summer, and there was a lot of new construction that was starting to happen. But when that occurs, that's going to take a few years, minimum 2 years, more like 3 or 4 before you start seeing any robust activity. However, you have a lot of property that, in a lot of jurisdictions, that's been owned by homesteaders or non-homesteaders for a long period of time, that there's a lot of cap protection there. So even when you write down that structure, just their land value may be higher than where their taxable value is. So every property is a unique case study, essentially. You really have to look at each one, and each jurisdiction is different because of the makeup of how many homesteaders they have, how long those homesteaders have been in place, what those property values are. It's just every property has a unique capping situation that can really change their perspective. And I don't have all the jurisdictional numbers in these slides today, but I know you all got a copy of where you could see the impacts for all the jurisdictions. And we had 9 go negative, and the rest went positive. The ones with minimal or no storm impacts still went positive, generally 5 to 7%-ish. But then those that went negative might have gone negative from anywhere from 1% to 7 or 8%, just depending on all those dynamics. So there's a lot of moving parts involved.
Mike, you may have
Yes.
just touched on it. I'm not sure if I followed exactly, but on the residential Save Our Homes capped properties versus the non-capped properties, or I guess I shouldn't say non-capped, they're capped at a higher level. Do you have a sense of that amount and those dollars, the amounts that we'll be recovering over the next year, 2, 3, 4 years, and what that looks like?
I want to do that forensic analysis, but I needed to get through our initial values, and then we can dig into
Okay.
that, and I can get you some more information
Kind of give
on
us
that.
a sense of how quickly.
Right. I want to do that down at really the muni level and see what that recovery timeline might look like.
Okay, thanks, Mike.
But here you can see on this slide, so there you can see value growth. That's really predominantly recapture. So we're going to talk about recapture in a few minutes, but that's made up of recapture, which is that growth of those caps. So that's your 2.9% CPI growth on your homesteaded properties, and then that's your up to 10% growth on your non-homestead properties, plus any cap resets. So any sale transactions that occurred, they go to market, that would be captured there as well in that value growth. And then where it says construction less demo, that's your new construction, but as we pointed out, new construction went negative as a result of the demo.
And all the rebuild of the things that have been damaged, none of that is deemed new construction. It goes back into the categories from which it came.
No, it'll be considered new construction.
It'll be resetting values?
No. So new construction comes on. We have calamity. So, and we'll talk about that here in a minute too. So you have that protection from the property owners have calamity protection. Let's look at the market a little bit so we can get some more historical perspective. This is just single family over the last 10. Plus you've got the first quarter of 2025. You can see in the first quarter, numbers are turning down. Not a big shocker from what we've seen within the market. It's more impactful on the condominium side, and I'll show you some more numbers on that, but that's more so because of milestone inspections, reserve requirements, all those things catching up to condo owners and making condo living a lot more expensive. So we saw a downturn in values through 2024 as a result of those impacts on condominiums. Single family overall through 2024 was essentially flat. You can see it's up, median price per square foot's up 1.4%, so relatively flat. And of course, again, that comes down to what neighborhood, what jurisdiction. You still have pockets where I recently heard of a couple of properties that sold that there was a bidding war on, but it was in areas where there wasn't an inventory and very highly desirable spots, properties that didn't go on the market very often. So we know that's a rarity right now. Things are moving towards condos have already moved towards a buyer's market. Single family in many cases is right there on the cusp or essentially in a balanced state. These are the realtors' residential stats from their monthly reports. You can see the median sale price for April was $465 on single family and $280 on condos. Condos, that number has slid down. Days on market for single family, pretty balanced at 30 days to contract, 2 months to close. But your month's supply there, so that's where at 5 months, that's essentially right there teetering on becoming a buyer's market, usually around that 5.5, 6 month mark. And then, of course, condos are certainly in the buyer's market side of the ledger at this point. So this slide kind of tells the tale of the tape. This is active listing inventory over the last decade. So you can see we're up to about 9,000 active listings. This is countywide for residential. So the highest figure that's the highest figure we've had in that last 10 years. Not as high as it went prior to the Great Recession. That number got well in excess of 10,000. I think it got up to 14 or 15,000 before that happened.
Hey, Mike? To the extent you know the answer to this question, are they centered anywhere specific, those listings in the property? Is it more heavily coastal areas? Is it just in general?
They're everywhere.
Everywhere?
Yeah. A lot of them are condos, though. There's a lot of condos.
Yeah.
When we put demand on here, so you can see, demand has generally been in that, just under 2,000 at any given point in time. But you can see that there's a big gap there between supply and demand at this point, and that's what's really making these things sit on the market longer, and we'll start to have that impact of pushing some prices down. Here's our sales trends. This is just transaction counts going back several years. So here's single family. The short purple line starting there is the first quarter. So you can see single family transaction count is actually a little bit better or on par with where it's been the last couple years. But then when you move to condos, you can see the opposite, which is not surprising. You can see the end of 2024 with the milestone inspection requirements really starting to kick in full force. You can see volume dropped off in the back part of 2024, and it's continued into 2025 in the same fashion. Yes. Countywide, our breakdown at present, homesteaders versus non-homesteaders, we're at 66% homesteaders, 34% non-homesteaders. And then I know this chart has a bunch going on, but this is probably this might be the most important one we talk about today. This is the recapture rule. So this is why we're going to get questions from property owners this year when trim notices and tax bills end up going out, and they wonder why their taxable value increased and they may have gotten a higher tax bill. when their market value went down. So the reason that can happen is if they're a capped property, so they're either a homesteader or a non-homesteader, they're benefiting from that assessment differential between assessed value and just market. As just market is rising, it's that assessed value cap is protecting you from that market increase. You can see that pretty clearly on that slide there when it goes up to that peak. The property owner's paying based on that gold bar, not up there based on that blue bar from a value against their tax rate. However, when the worm turns and you start to come back down in just market value, the gold bar there, the assessed value, continues to rise at 3% or CPI, whichever is less, or at the non-homestead cap until those two meet. So once assessed value rises and meets just market, assessed can never exceed just market. So then they can ride together downward if the market is still decreasing. You can see that in that example. And then when they start to deviate again, so when the market turns back up and it's increasing at a rate greater than the 3% or CPI, it'll start to create that differential again and provide that cap protection. So you could actually see people, you could have it sets essentially a new base. Whenever market value comes down below your assessed cap, it will create a new baseline for you going forward at some point when they start to turn and deviate again. Does that make sense? I know that's a lot going on that one. Right. And we're going to try and right. There'll be a lot of questions. We're working, making sure staff is, prepared to answer those because we're going to get a ton of those questions, and we'll be messaging that within the trim notice specifically as well, just to try and make people aware.
Yeah, you have that little card kind of put a plastic coating on for us because we could have that with us when we're out talking to people to be able to, have a little, 101 explanation.
Yes.
And
Yeah, in fact, we can give you copies of what we plan to do. We always do a trim insert, just a one-pager that kind of touches on whatever the hot button topics are. That's going to be a biggie. It's going to have that graphic in it so people can kind of see it. And then we'll also have some post-storm information, some other things that could be very helpful for you all. I want to point here's a scenario with recapture as a result of storm damage. So in this example, we're taking a house that had a just market value of $460,000 in '24. It was impacted by the storm that essentially completely destroyed the improvement. So the improvement was removed, taking it down to basically land value at 180 there. However, their assessed value was only 125 because they've been there so long, and it increased at the 2.9% for 2025, taking them up to that 128.6. Then you take away the homestead exemption to get down to taxable value, and there you see there's some value rise on the taxable value side. So if the millage rate is held the same times that 77.9, it's going to result in an increase. So something else to point out, we all voted on a constitutional amendment last November that increased the second band of the $25,000 homestead exemption and allows it now to grow at CPI. So that is why you see that 50,000 go to 50,722. And just so that you know, we do know how to do math. If you actually do 1.029% times 50,000, it will actually become $50,725. But that's DOR math, and they must have used the CPI with a ton of decimal places to get it down to 722. So,
Hey, Mike?
yes.
So going back to the assessed value there, so that automatically goes up based on CPI each year?
The second band of homestead. So your second, homestead's broke into two bands of 25 that are stacked.
Yeah.
So it's the second one that doesn't apply to schools. That one can grow at CPI. So it'll continue to compound at CPI. Just some information to pass along. So portability after a storm is slightly different than it is in a normal, if somebody's not impacted by a storm. Normally, you have 3 tax years to declare your next homestead and file for homestead exemption on your next homesteaded property. You start that clock. So, for example, if I were to buy in 2025, I would basically go back to January 1 of 2025 and do my 3-year calculation, and I would need to be in before that January 1, 3 years out. But after a storm, you actually get to start that January 1 calculation of your 3 years from the January 1 following the storm. So it gives a little bit more runway for those that were impacted. I want to let people know, so the FEMA letter on our website that we produce each year, it's keyed off of our values. I want to let people know that this year will be unique. We'll actually be rolling out multiple FEMA letters because we don't want to bury the post-storm, or I'm sorry, the pre-storm letter that was issued in 2024, or the BVR letter that we might have done for them in 2024. When they hit the FEMA letter button on the website, by mid-July of this year, when our 2025 values roll to the website, they'll end up having an option. They'll hit a landing page where they can pick which letter they want to pull. So they can either pull the letter from 24, or they can pull the post-storm letter from 2025. So they have both those at their disposal.
Mike, so some of this is like, I'm catching up with me in my, trying to understand what you're going through, but let's say they lost their home last year. They get it improved this year. So they're back in and everything else. The valuation for the replacement, is that effective January of 25, or is that where you were saying you get to have the extra year and it'd be?
So if people have repaired or built a new home, it's all going to key off of what the condition of the property was on January 1 of 2025.
Okay.
So, we still had many people not back in their homes, or, still dealing with permitting, still dealing with contractors on January 1 of 2025, which created a lot of that demo damage that's lingered over and offset new construction. However, we do have quite a few also that were able to repair the homes, be back in, and living in it, and everything's restored back to normal on January 1. So it all depends on what the state of that property is as of that January 1.
But if they fix it during this year, it was destroyed as of January 1 of this year. They've got it fixed by September of this year.
It won't be on the roll this year.
It'll be on.
So, right, it would go by when it's repaired, would come back on the next January 1.
Okay. Thank you, Mike.
Sure. I wanted to talk about calamity for a minute before we move forward. Also, those that want to invoke the calamity rule, if they want to rebuild their home, they have a 5-year window to pull a permit to start that process. By pulling the permit, that within that 5-year window is what essentially makes them compliant within that 5-year window. But they do have a 5-year window to do that. And what the calamity rule allows them to do at this point is rebuild up to 110% of their original square footage without impacting their Save Our Homes cap or their non-homestead cap. So this just points out recent legislation. This is that Amendment 5 that passed back in November that raised that second ban to homestead. And then you may have heard about this the governor may be mentioning elimination of property taxes. So just want to touch on this very briefly. The House Select Committee on Property Taxes put out 5 initial concepts to be considered by their committee. I just wanted to let you all know that we, as the Property Appraisers Association, are putting together our own concepts that in some ways we think may be more thoughtful than some of these that we're trying to bring forward and have them consider as part of this effort. So that's all I really wanted to bring to light there. And also remind people that property appraisers and those in the property appraiser's office do more than just the valuation piece. So there's a lot of moving parts to what goes on within our office. Obviously, we do the valuation and the exemptions administration, but also track the ownership changes, the address changes, the parcel ID numbering. We do the GIS mapping, splits and combos, and many other things. And then we're involved in other processes like damage assessment. And then there's a few people that actually use our website. We get over 60 million page views a year on our website, largely by public and private sector agencies and professionals. So there's just a snapshot of a lot of the people that are involved in looking at that data. So even if something, I had to go this route and talk to my staff just, because some of that information came out and they all started getting nervous about, do I need to look for work? I'm like, no, you'll be fine. We have plenty to do.
Well, I can tell you, so many people, I don't care at what level of understanding of the real estate market, just absolutely love the website. So the changes that you made, I don't remember, probably a couple of years, I don't remember exactly when it came into play, but just great work.
Thank you.
So staff should be very proud of that and all.
Yeah,
and all
they've
that
done a
you've
great job. They've
Yeah.
done a great job. And we worked really hard on that website to try and make it, the goal when we set out was make it the best in Florida, if not the nation, and make it where you didn't need a help manual
Yeah.
to actually get in there and just navigate it and find pretty much whatever you want. So,
User-friendly. And
Yes.
again, I challenge all of our staff in their individual websites out there. That's the key. Otherwise,
Yes.
it's just not worth what
Yep.
you think it is. So
and we, just so you know, we will have a new tool rolling out. It's in development now that we're calling the Calamity Calculator. So it will be for those people that want to rebuild their home, and they're trying to figure out what their tax increase might be via that new construction, because they're likely going to break that 110% in that process. And there will be some tax delta there that they may have to face. And this will be a tool where they can go in and run scenarios with different square footages and see what that impact would be. So we'll be building that. Hopefully, we plan to try to roll that out before trim time, but we hope to get it done even sooner.
And on what you just said, I know it's not you. You don't set the rates. And I'm thankful that whenever I've called you, you have always been readily accessible and provided a explanation in a manner that I can relay it to somebody. So that's important, and I concur 100% about your website. If you probably track who uses it, it's going to have my initials by it, because I'm always in it trying to help people who are looking for, housing and things like that. Just an FYI, if you were not aware, the Florida Association of Counties also created a work group to address some of the requested changes when it comes to property taxes, and I've been appointed to that group. And so we want to work with the state, not be, in complete opposition, but to see, based on whatever scenario comes out, how will it best effectuate the residents of the state of Florida.
Right.
So just sharing with you, if you ever, want to share, or if you're looking for something and want to know, so where's the FAC on this, then I'm happy to share that information with you.
No, that's
at
great.
any time.
I'm happy to do the same. So we should definitely communicate on that.
Yes.
Yeah, because right now, it's really just a conversation about, is there some thoughtful alternative tax policy that can help our property owners, and be effective going forward. But you gotta have the conversations and throw some things, thoughts out there, and then at the end of the day, then you got to sit down and actually run the numbers and see if it can actually work or not, because you can throw a lot against the wall and then math just doesn't work. Right, and there, right now it's a $55 billion gap that would need to be filled. So. Just in close, just letting everybody know, we continue to do our public education series sessions. We'll have one coming up before trim time where we'll walk through. Actually, I think it's going to fall right the week that trim is delivered, so that way people may even have their trim notice in their hands when we do that session. So that would be ideal. So we can walk them through, help them understand how to digest that document appropriately, what their actions are if they want to come to millage hearings, all those types of things, how that works, how the VAB process works. We'll talk about all those things. We just did an update session just last week where we provided a lot of information. But all those prior sessions can also be found on our YouTube channel that can be accessed through our website. So those tools are out there. We've got 3 e-newsletters property owners can follow us on. They're catering to homeowners, real estate professionals, and business owners. And that's all I've got for the BIS presentation. But happy to answer any of the questions on anything that we went through. But you guys did a great job of asking me along the way.
Anything else for Mike? All right.
So now we'll roll into his budget.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that might be on a different.
That's
I don't know
the
if I'm controlling
second
that or not.
presentation.
Okay, yeah, I don't think I'm controlling this one, am I? Okay. I mean, well, we can stay here for a second. I can kind of set the stage. So I think you all have a pretty good feel of what our duties are. We actually already showed some of those. Our parcel counts at this point are, roughly 435,000 parcels of real property that are valued each year as of January 1. And then we have almost 60,000 tangible personal property accounts. But the actual number of taxable TPP, once you take away exemptions, is really closer to about 15,000. It lowers it significantly when you take away the $50,000 TPP exemption. Can you scroll down there? So these numbers tying into our budget are a little more difficult because these really are focused on just the general fund piece, which is roughly 80%. So the county funds approximately 80% of the property appraiser's budget, and the rest come from the various other taxing authorities that pay their pro rata share. You want to jump to the commission sheet?
Yeah, Mike, I think that actually does represent the commission's, the 16.9 million, and then the 14.1 million is the general fund portion.
Yeah, it's actually on 2 different pages. So you got the first page is all funds, and then the second page there at the top, that's the general fund right there.
Okay. Couple of notes on our budget this year. We did make another reduction in our personnel count, so we're down to 127. We were at 130 when I came in, so we have been able to shave a few of those off over time. About 90% of our budget is personnel services, and that's about a 1.7% over last year's budget in total. Our operating expenses are pretty close to flat. We did add some additional vehicles that were greatly needed, and they are coming in handy post-storm for sure. We never seem to really have enough to get out there and do what we need to do.
Mike,
Sometimes
are those
we'll-
added or replaced? I didn't hear you.
It's a little bit of both. So some of it was replacing some old, and then there were a couple of new additional. So we had some that were, 15 years old plus that really, really needed some love. And I think we babied them as long as we could, and it was time to
And
to
what's
roll
that
those
fleet
over.
size, roughly?
What's that?
Fleet size? What are you talking? I mean, how many?
Oh, our fleet, it's under 20.
Okay. Thanks.
And those are stationed at 3 different offices. So we have those spread between courthouse, north and south for the appraisers. And then they have to sign them out to go out in the field. And just to clarify too, Barry said that we had already put in a general increase within our budget. The main reason we did that was because our budget and also the tax collector's budget have to go to Department of Revenue for approval, and that has to be in by June 1. So it's a lot easier for us to have numbers in there than to try and go back to them after the fact. It's easier to do a budget amendment to reduce something than it is to put it in. So that is why that number is in there. Not to mention our staff has worked exceptionally hard this past year. It's been unbelievable. So the burden on them, has been unbelievable. We've all been burning a lot of late hours. Our exempts have really put in the time. We're often there till dark, working, doing stuff. So this has been a year unlike any other. So I have to really, really give them kudos for what they've done. Let's see.
Great. What's that?
Right. Right,
So-
right.
So questions for,
Can you go down to where the DOR budget page is? Yeah, our org chart. Just so you know that, I think on that org chart, I think we had 10 vacants. 4 of those have been recently filled. But we do have some difficulty trying to get the right people in those seats. So we do end up having excess funds that typically come back to you all because, as soon as we get several of them filled with the right people, then some others turn, and that results in some excess funds that end up returning.
Commissioners, on this is what you'll see throughout, to Commissioner Nowicki's point. They go through those, they discuss those vacancies. As he said, 4 of the 10 are there, but those occurred during the individual budget discussion. So, and that creates the gap between the actuals and the budget for 26.
Sorry, I didn't turn my mic on, I'm sorry. For your org chart, do you also look at those who may have shared with you they have an intent to retire? And so that will fall within your count, or you just?
Yes, so when we do that, we're looking ahead for where it's going to be for that budgetary cycle. So if we know there's going to be a retirement, then we'll reflect that within that org chart for that budgetary year.
And I noticed some of your GIS positions, are those the positions maybe you're having difficulty filling?
Yes.
Oh, okay, because
Yeah.
we talked about that at the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council.
We're trying some different approach to try and attract a GIS developer that's much needed in our office. We have heavy GIS needs, and a lot of people lean on what we do on the GIS side. And so, yeah, we've had a little bit of a shortfall there, and our exempt director there, who's also a deputy, he's had to wear a lot of hats and do a lot of extra heavy lifting because he's also primary in the back end of the website too. So, yeah, we need to find some help there.
Okay.
We did just have success hiring a programmer 3, so on our IT side. So that's a big win for us.
I can tell you guys, finding GIS people to stay with you is very difficult. They are in great demand, and it's a bidding war, really, to be honest with you, especially for coastal communities. So that's why I asked if that
Yes.
was what this was.
Yes,
Okay.
you're correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So there you can see, this is just the summary page that ends up going to the Department of Revenue, breaking out the personnel services line versus the operating expenses. And you can see the delta there. And that reflects overall 1.44%. It does have some, just to be clear, there was a budget amendment in 2024-25 that did include some hurricane overtime reimbursement type costs there because it fell, the hurricanes hit right at the end of one fiscal year and the start of another. So that pushed us right to the hill, and we went over budget as a result of that. And some of that had to be a budget amendment for all that overtime work during the storms. I don't think we're going to go through all the. You could probably just stay there. Yeah. Yeah, so you have all that data there. Anything I can answer?
Nope, all good.
Any questions, Mike?
All right, well, thanks. Just so you all know, we're continuing to, vet new tools and software and technology that we can try and gain more and more efficiencies in the process of what we do. So new stuff's coming out each year. That's pretty intriguing. So we're trying to vet that stuff appropriately and see where we can, gain more efficiencies, and that may, could potentially help us continue to contract some FTEs over time.
I appreciate you always being available to help residents as well, so.
Absolutely.
Anytime, whether, even you jump in a lot of times and just do it. So it's very much appreciated, all the support you give us.
That's why we're here.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it.
And Commissioners, as we said, Sheriff and I still have more work to do, so we're going to be bringing him back either later this week or early next week for discussions. The clerk, I don't believe, is here yet, so we can move on to the tax collector.
Okay.
If okay.
All right. Come on up, Adam.
Our new tax collector, so, this is his first one, so,
We gotta be nice to Adam.
Oh, I didn't say that.
What do you mean? No way.
Morning, Adam.
Good morning.
Morning.
It's fun to be here. I've done this a couple times for the state attorney, and it was always fun because it was a drop in the bucket. And now that I'm putting nothing in the bucket. I'm not asking for anything from the bucket, so it's even better. I didn't know it could get better, so. Again, everybody knows I'm Adam Ross. This is Jim Batania, my executive director, and I said that right? Yes. Yeah, all right. Let me start off with some gratitude. I want to say thank you to the county for the remodel that was done at our Starkey location. It opened up in January, and it is by far it's a great, efficient system, and it has really helped get our wait times down. We're averaging countywide 34 minutes right now. And they know usually around this time every week we have a business meeting with my executive team, and the first question I ask is, where are wait times for the DMV? And we've implemented a few policies that were recommended by my executive team when I came into office that have worked wonders. We were averaging about an hour and a half, so you can imagine now saying 34 minutes is a huge, huge improvement. Biggest difference is about 48.5% of DMV customers had no connection to Pinellas County as either being a resident or owning property, and we changed that a few months back in March, and that was where we started to see a drastic change. Also, with the continued work on the planning for the North County Government Center, I want to say thank you to Barry and his team. They've been awesome in helping us get through that process. I see him here, or he was here. Blaine Williams is a great addition, and so is Bill Greer to facilities. They have been phenomenal in meeting with us and keeping us up to speed on what's going with that. So thank you, Barry, for for hiring them. And
And letting them do their work.
yes, and that is really like the last big project on our horizon, because that will then give us 3 modern offices with a new system in place that really moves our DMV customers in and out in an efficient manner. And on that, we tried to run a very lean office, which you could tell by our budget proposal here. It's all obviously a fee officer, so it's all general. Our fees, our total estimated commissions that are needed for the next fiscal year to run our office is $35.1 million. We have 285 FTE, most of which is for the DMV, as you can imagine. We get about $31.8 million from that, from the county millage, and the number that you care about the most is that it's about $8 million right now estimated to be returned in excess commissions next year. So, and again, you have to look at that as the floor. It can go up from there, but that's the floor estimate that we have. And lastly is a project that my executive team and I are working on. I've talked to some of the commissioners and Barry about this. Coming in the office, and I was happy that my executive team, including Jim, were very hungry to evaluate how we do business. We've been doing a lot of the same business operations for 20 years, same vendors, and we are reviewing all of that to make sure that we are being good stewards of the tax dollars of our constituents, making sure that we're running not just an effective office, but most cost-efficient office possible. So in that review, we've been working on that diligently since I came in the office. We have our last couple meetings with some different vendors this month, but we are excited to say that at some point in time, we will be giving you even more money back with switching some of our vendors around. So yeah, that's all I got. Any questions, anybody?
I just think your operations, the new one might be even better, but the North County one, even the small building that you're in up there, I feel like you guys have to hire air traffic controllers to manage the process, but you're in and out of there so darn quick depending on your need. So again, back to what you were saying, residents first, right? So whatever it takes for us to make that experience is, I don't know if it's pleasant as possible, but when you go in there, your expectations are probably like, well, I'm going to be here a while. And then
I love going down on the floor and like talking to people. I enjoy that.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun, yeah.
Yeah, you can hear the grumbling, or this is pretty good, or whatever. Yeah. They'll get to know you soon, and then it'll be different. But no, kidding. But thank you for the work you guys do. Appreciate the effort. What's the percentage, the money coming from us versus?
The actual percentage, I'd have to do the math in my head real quick, but like I said, for next year, the total estimated fees that we need to run our commission and fees needed to run our office is $35.1 million, and $31.8 million of that is projected from the county. So it's
Thanks.
most.
Yeah, that's cool.
You're by far the largest taxing authority that we collect money from.
Got it.
Through fees for processing it, yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And hence the big check at the end of the year.
Anybody else? Okay. Well,
Wow.
that was,
Well, thank you for everything that you all do for this county, and see you soon.
Hey, I ordered my driver's license online, first time ever.
Yeah, it's amazing
I had
how
never done
efficient
that
it
before.
is. Yeah, and the kiosks at Publix have really skyrocketed in how much they're being used for registrations. It's
Yeah.
been, we are trying to give as many alternative ways without having to go into the office as possible.
Your predecessor, I brought up or was trying to understand why the kiosks were only in Publix. Because, and this is not anything negative. I mean, I go there and get my tag, my registration things, and in and out. But he did tell me about the governmental contract because of the need for the security of the system.
Correct.
But I'm still going to ask, can we request that in other places? Because you have so many other places people could go to alleviate coming into the office, and it's a huge help.
Well, security is a big deal. It's also with the vendor, it's ITI, right?
Yes.
ITI, I have been asking them for more kiosks. It's becoming popular not just
Very.
here, but statewide and nationwide. And so they don't have, I told them I wanted like 20. But it's going to take a while for them to increase their numbers. And then it's finding a secure location. But I would be happy to put as many kiosks as possible and in as many
Well, you
locations
got my
as possible.
support on that, because, it's really good, so.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Adam. All right.
Next up,
Clerk, morning, Ken.
Circuit Court. Nope.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here today for the budget presentation. Also want to thank Commissioner Latvala. Thanks for the nice shout out about the upcoming wedding we're having. Appreciate that on Facebook. I know we have two new commissioners where this is the first time the clerk's office will be presenting to you on our budget needs. And the clerk's office is different from the other constitutional officers in that our budgets come from different directions. Matter of fact, we have 4 different budgets that fund the clerk's office for us to have employees. And we actually have 5 budgets altogether. One of the budgets we have is a technology budget that can't be used for employees. So we have 4 different budgets that fund employees. So you may wonder, when you see in the packet here, you see 133 employees, but we have 500 and some employees in the clerk's office. So how does that work? So 317 of our 519 employees are considered court-side employees, which through the legislative process, they're very poorly funded. And then we have 130, by the way, state funding stinks. Then we have 133 employees who perform county functions, and that's the budget which you analyze and approve. And then we have 52 employees, which are part of our recording budget, and that's our recording department, issues marriage licenses, takes in passport applications, and performs wedding ceremonies, among some other items. That's an entrepreneurial budget. That's just like an enterprise fund type of budget that you're familiar with in utilities. The money we bring in there allows us to hire the employees that we have in there, and any excess at the end of the year goes to the county commission. You share in our profits. There's no provision for you to share in the losses, but we've had losses because recordings have been weighed down due to especially mortgages have been weighed down, and those are 20-page documents. They're the ones, the money makers in our recording department. And so we've had you have subsidized that, which we appreciate. You're not required to do that, but to keep the department going, you have. We're not asking for an additional subsidy there this year, but that's something which we're cognizant of. Now, y'all have done very well over the last 10 years from our recording departments because we have had excess cash, and we have distributed that to the Board of County Commission. But just so you know how that recording department budget works. And then we have 16 people who are funded through a technology special trust fund. So that makes up our 519 employees of the clerk's office. Again, the 133 are the ones that you're mainly concerned with because that's the ones that you fund. We're not asking for any new positions in our board-funded department. We actually did ask for one. The county administrator is not recommending going forward with that, and we're fine with that. We understand. We just wanted to put that need out there, that need exists, and we understand with a tight budget that the recommendation of that not being funded. As far as the items that we do for the board, really we don't do things that are not that are optional. Everything we do for the board is basically complying with state statutes or government regulations of some type. So all our duties are statutory. You know, you look at our finance department, the issuing of payroll checks every 2 weeks, the issuing the county's financial statements, complying with the Prompt Payment Act to make sure we pay all bills in a prompt payment. Those of you who are familiar with business, well, you may have some flexibility on the way you pay your bills. In government, we don't have that flexibility. We have state statutes which regulate when we have a completed invoice, it must be paid within a certain amount of days. And if it does not get paid, that vendor could ask for penalties and interest. And so, we have to comply with tremendous amounts of regulations, which we do through our Finance Division, our Inspector General's Division, and the other items that we do on behalf of the county. The one thing which we are asking for this year is really a service. It's kind of odd that we're asking for it as clerk, but it's really a service which is a county-wide service, and that's the document management system. Right now, we have a thing that's called AP Extender, and we're replacing that with a system that's called On Base. The county administrator is recommending approval of this, and for good reason. We have over 10 million documents in this system, representing 28 million pages of documents that are part of this document management system in the county. And this is used by every one of the constitutionals. Big emphasis on the sheriff and the supervisor of elections who use it. The biggest users are the departments under the Board of County Commission. You may not realize it, especially our new commissioners, but everything we do as far as document management is regulated by the Department of State. The Department of State puts out retention schedules for everything. For an invoice, we have to retain it 5 years. And after that 5-year period, the county attorney's office will tell you there's actually liability if you don't destroy things which meet the retention period. So we have to destroy those records after it meets those retention period. We have a whole separate schedule for all the court records. For example, misdemeanor records must be kept 95 years according to the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court gives us rules on all the court records. The Department of State gives us all records, retention records for your type of records or general government records. And so we're responsible for that. That request is $256,750. And the county administrator is concurring with that request because the old system, the app extender, is no longer relevant, can't meet the needs that we have, and this new system offers so many benefits to it. The only other item I would like to point out to you is a request that we made in our clerk's budget, and that's for the new ERP system and the backfill positions there. We're working very closely with the county administrator on this and BTS and Human Resources on the ERP system. This is going to be, folks, a massive implementation for the county. It's going to be tremendously disruptive because they are. New ERP systems by their nature are. The county administrator in his previous position in Lake County has experience in new ERP systems coming in. And if you read across, and I know Commissioner Flowers, you're big in reading across government publications, there are so many failed IT projects nationwide. And they're failed because of poor planning and poor staffing. This cannot fail. It's too important to our county. The positions that we've asked for, we took a stab at how many positions we'll need this next year. It's an inexact science because we don't know the vendor yet. The vendor is going to be selected sometime soon, but we have it down to 3 vendors. And the committee, each vendor is going to be presenting for 2.5 days to the various stakeholders in the county to decide which vendor makes most sense for Pinellas County. We're looking at, and we have an expert implementer who's been working with us. He's really doing a magnificent job for us. And he did prepare what we call a heat map of the resources needed for this new ERP system and when they're going to be needed. And we're having a meeting actually on Monday the 24th, which I'm going to be facilitating of county entities to really scrutinize what is needed as far as resources, backfill resources. You can't be doing your same job and doing the implementation of the new ERP system. And so that's where this backfill. But the administrator, and I agree with what he's doing, he says that needs to be part of the project budget. So our asking for those positions is still relevant. It's still very much needed. But we're not asking for funding directly to the clerk's office. We'll be asking through a project funding for the new ERP system and the backfill for everyone who needs the backfill, whether it be the OMB, procurement, HR, and of course the clerk's office. But again, I just want to talk about just how important the planning for this. It has to be carefully planned. It has to be done right. One of the things we do learn from is history. And unfortunately, when we were implementing Oracle in this county, it was at the same time of the Great Recession and when resources were all tightened up. And as a result of that, Oracle was never properly implemented in this county. And as a result, one of the things that we did was of some entities like OMB and purchasing left Oracle because it wasn't functioning to their needs. Probably it's because it wasn't set up properly in the beginning. So we don't want to duplicate past mistakes, and we want to learn from others across the nation on these types of projects to make sure that we do it right. Looks like County Administrator has something to add to this.
No, some of the commissioners probably, this is new for talking about an ERP. So it's an enterprise resource, management system. Okay, so enterprise resource P, whatever P stands for. But so this covers all of our financials, planning. There you go. So this covers all of our financials, all of our grants. It'll have components for purchasing, for budget, for you name it.
HR is big.
Human resources, and Commissioner Peters has complained about that several times with our human resources system. It's because we don't have one. Okay, I don't even take resumes off of our human resources system because they plug it in and you have to refill out everything you'd send in a resume. I mean, makes absolutely no sense. But it's far more than that. And so they have a very basic system that isn't anywhere near what a county of this size should be. So this implementation is absolutely key. And everybody is involved. And so we're all working together. Ken, the clerk, has agreed to lead this and put a new under him, which really centralizes the focus. But this is a huge lift. This is going to come in, though, on your one-time cost. And that's a reason for these positions. These positions, and it's not just here, you're going to see them in several areas. We don't want to get them buried down because it really should be one time. They should come back out. We're also asked that anew because when we come in with that contract, you're going to ask me one thing: what efficiencies are we getting by spending this money? So that's also part of the review process that we're going to go through and be able to explain that. So we're going to be able to map out what are the benefits, what are the efficiencies, and the key to the efficiencies is not customizations in the system and being able to implement the system and modernize business practices. So those are some of the governing ideas behind the way in which we're approaching the system and this implementation. And so there's going to be a lot more to come on this. This is a huge lift for the county. But again, it won't be in your operating budget, but it'll be on the capital side for this. And so that's the reason we're putting those positions on the capital side, because one, it should be one time, but two, we want to clearly, 3 years from now, when we get done with this, we want to be able to identify budgets and be able to track not only what is needed different, but where are the efficiencies that were promised as part of the implementation.
Sheriff Scott, I know Commissioner Latvala has a question, but before he asks this question, I do want to emphasize that a big part of the RFP process, and that was a big item to put the RFP out there and what its contents were, but we wanted to maximize the use of AI with our new ERP system. And so that was a big component of how these vendors were measured to get to the final three and how they're going to be measured in the future when they're going through the analysis during those 2.5-day sessions.
Great. I appreciate that. All right. Commissioner Latvala?
I do appreciate the AI part of what you just said. My other question is, are the three items in the decision package, your decision packages, are they listed in order of importance?
Well, I'm not sure because I'm not sure how they're listed, but I will.
They're up there. You can see them over here. So the first item, I mean, the clerk can speak to it. The first item, we are recommending. The second item, we're not. And then the third item would be built into the capital process.
Okay.
I concur.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, we're asking for the additional resources, but we realize this is a tight budget year. So, I mean, we deal with reality, too.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry. No, he was before me.
But again, the first one, Commissioner Latvala, again, that's a system which the whole county benefits from as a document management. So it's not a selfish ask. It's to make sure that we're having a system that works.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Clerk. I mean, your longstanding dedication to fiscal responsibility, is definitely something to be commended. So I guess maybe for Barry, in Legistar, it says that the ERP was not recommended from county administration.
I don't know. It is. We've been going down this process for a couple of years, so.
I think the confusion is these positions here that we're requesting are not being recommended. Because he's
see.
recommending that they be part of the overall project budget rather than be part of the clerk's budget or it's the backfill budget with the total project. With the rationale, which I agree with. We don't want to build in, not that we would do this, we build in positions which never sunset once the project is over. So he wants to keep that distinct as part of the project. I'm not trying to answer
No,
your behalf.
you answered it perfectly, so thank you. But that's exactly the answer. So we're not recommending them as part of the operating budget, but we're going to be pulling all of those out because you're going to see this in different departments and pulling those out. And they'll become part of the ERP implementation, which will be a capital cost.
Okay, and then I guess back to the clerk. I mean, do you have any staff that can be cross-trained for this implementation? I mean, since this is for efficiencies, I mean, is there any staff who maybe can go from 5 to 3 that can be cross-trained on this?
We hope to, once the ERP system is totally implemented, to have the efficiencies which the county administrator also referenced to, but we don't know what those are at this point. Now, the folks that we're going to be working on this project we're going to need current clerk employees who are going to be working on this project, and while they're doing the work on this project, they're going to be, their work still has to be done, and so that's where the backfill comes in. It is not, but we're certainly looking, the purpose of getting in the ERP system is to make things better for us.
Okay.
And there is going to be a big demand to look at where efficiencies can be built into it. And again, through the use of technology too, through AI.
The clerk mentioned the meeting that's coming up, and that's, again, with all of us. That's where we're really trying to zero in on upfront, when we come to you with that big ask on the ERP, what are the long-term efficiencies, and document those, okay? Because you want to be able to have a return on your investment. But during the implementation, you're running 2 systems. You're implementing a new system while you're currently maintaining your current system. And so there is, and the problem is the people that you really need to help implement a new system are your most experienced people. So you're going to have to backfill, and probably there's going to be there'll be not 80% on the project, but still overseeing the day-to-day from a backfilled position. And so that's going to be the difficult piece, but there's a lot of work in the implementation of a new system like this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you for the presentation on the budget and breaking down the various departments. My question is, well, I know you all are going to say I'm beating this drum repetitively. I don't have a problem with implementation of AI. I just want to make sure that we are looking at all system analysis approaches because AI is still something that's buildable. So if you're comfortable with not supporting an analyst because a part of that job description is artificial intelligence analysis based on your system recovery and system usage. So if you're not going to do that, my question to you is, do you have funding that's optimal somewhere within your budget where someone could receive or potentially go to some of the trainings that would help them look at the new systems in place, whether it's ERP, whether it's a portion of Oracle, and you still kind of get what you're going to need in order to help grow in that area. You hear me at BTS meetings, everybody that's on committee hears me talk about that. I support it, but I also know that it needs to be done in a smart way so that you don't have a compromised system, so that you're not totally relying on AI, because sometimes AI don't get it right. So that will be my only concern with implementation of the system and not looking at some portion of funding for training and development.
Well, certainly I'm not going to unwelcome new funding for a position that we're requesting, okay? We certainly welcome that. But Commissioner Flowers, let me answer the bigger question here. In the clerk's office, we do have experience with AI and machine learning. It's not as much on the departments which you fund, the section which you fund. It's more on our court side. For example, all the court documents that come in, everything that gets filed in the courts, every document that comes in through recording goes through a process, automated process of machine learning to identify is there a social security number in there, whether it's written, handwritten, typed, or in any format, whether there's a bank account number, whether there's other credit card, debit, or charge card numbers, which are all protected. And so we identify that through AI and machine learning and block those out. So if you go onto the recording and official record site and you see a deed where there's a social security number or account number, you'll see a black line over that. That's not done manually. That's all done through our AI and machine learning. Also on our website, we've created chat box, the web bots, which you can ask questions to and get answers. We have thousands per month usage of our, and this is something we constantly perfect and make better and make more usable for, mainly, again, that's on the court side. When's my court date? How do I find out my court date? You know, those types of things. All our indexing, too, or a large part of our indexing, which, again, on the court side and the recording side, we have to, again, a document comes in, has to be indexed. A lot of that is done through artificial intelligence and machine learning. We get around 100,000 traffic citations each year. We use a thing called TI indexer? TD indexer? TC indexer, an indexer. And that automatically takes from the traffic citation and populates the court file. So we have great experience in this area. It's just it's not been used in the finance side because Oracle doesn't support that right now. So we do have the expertise which we can kind of lend in there in the usage and how to use it well. Obviously, we could always, we're always learning on this because it's such a, new arena. Does that answer your questions, ma'am?
But also BTS, I mean, the people at the table, obviously there's a larger group, but the clerk, human resources, myself, and BTS are right there at the table. They have a ton of experience, in this and have spoken at conferences and everything else. And they're all part of this, our executive team.
I just wanted to make sure, because the value in creating or bringing on board a new program or process, but not providing the support, it's just always going to be a concern for me.
We're going to need the support, and it's probably going to be part of that project budget for us to get that proper support.
Okay, thank you.
We need to do it right.
That's my point.
Yeah, and even guys at my old age, according to Latval over here, appreciate the implementation of AI as much as possible. I think it's definitely something, and we invested big time in the site down in St. Petersburg to attract businesses that specialize in this. So it's clearly a big part of where we're heading. I kind of like the idea of taking these non-recurring and putting it in as a capital item. It's almost to your point about we want to sunset those positions, so to speak, when it's done. So the other side of that equation, or the other side of the argument is that on a project-by-project basis? Is this something that we're going to, I mean, if it was a 10-year project, when do they become permanent employees and when do they become just temporary employees? I mean, it's a way to minimize our budget when in reality it maybe you're hiding things and not being transparent about it. So there's a trade-off between how many years a project takes to implement. And I was just curious your thoughts on this project, but also others that we might be seeing, as you mentioned.
This one's unique in that you have this backfill for a period of time during the implementation. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's kind of project by project. This one lends itself to that, to build those in. I've also, been through this and arguing about whether the positions were in the budget or, what was needed 3 years down the road, and you're trying to remember back and look at your documentation and stuff with the departments. And the reality is people are going to need different types of positions when we implement this. They will. Okay, and there's going to be business process people versus an IT person from before. And so we're going to have to figure that out. That's also why we've asked Anu to really build in what are the targeted efficiencies. Not that it's going to be perfect, but at least it paints a picture of what we're trying to achieve. And then we can look at that as we go through and we learn and we implement these various components.
Totally agree.
Then we can kind of look at the future, look at where we started, what we had, what we put into the budget as a duplication, and then we can map out the future and plan for that. Yeah. Because they're going to be different in each area. And as you said, you're implementing technology. It won't necessarily replace a job, but you're probably going to be hiring people that understand AI technology as we replace positions going into the future. So There's going to be a lot of different changes that will implement with that. We can work with our staff and kind of plan for that future and make it a seamless transition.
I think it's a really healthy way.
There's a lot to this.
Yeah.
And as the clerk said, we want to make sure we do this right. We give our staff the sufficient resources to actually implement it right. The change management that's going to be needed because we're not going to do customization is going to be key to working with our staff to make it a seamless transition. So I'm really protective of the budget because trying to look back 3 or 4 years, I can't remember back 3 months, let alone 3 years, and remember those conversations. Documentation is going to be key to this, and we're going to learn as we go through this, and we're going to have to all work together and communicate and work with you on what that future looks like.
Without tracking, without doing it, we start to just unintentionally grow government when we don't need to be. And I think to your point about accountability on what's being done and how that change management occurs is going to be critical. But something that needs to be done on a project by project, I think, basis. So looking forward to it. Great job, Ken.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Well, Ken, I agree very much that implementation on the front end is going to be super important. Speaking from experience of, in my own business of implementing softwares, and, the last thing you want to do is do something kind of half on the front end and then realize you're only using, this much of what its capabilities are, and then you're up and you're running, and you don't have the time to stop and go back, and, so it just becomes something that was designed to increase efficiency becomes a drag on the organization, so.
Thank you all.
Yep, thanks, Ken, appreciate it.
Through the chair,
Yes,
I have not introduced my staff, and I apologize for that. So if I may, Shira Hegde is the budget analyst for the clerk's office. For the constitutional officers, they don't speak, but you'll see them quite a bit with the county administrator. And Belinda Amundsen was here for the property appraiser, and I neglected to introduce her as well.
all right,
Oh,
yeah, okay.
and Veronica Edel was also up here. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Chris.
Chair? Quick question. We lost 2. Do you want to take a break, or we can move on to human resources?
You want to take, let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay. 5. I don't want to be here.
right, before we get going on HR, Vince had a quick question on the decision packages, on whether or not it increased.
Yeah, so I talked with Chris briefly about that, the third decision package, since it wasn't recommended technically in Legistar, but he was saying that it wouldn't increase the gap in our budget, that's 17.4, that it's coming from capital, I think.
No, because it'll be put on the ERP side, which is a one-time cost. Correct. And so it won't be in our operating, it'll be over on the capital side.
Yeah, I was just wanting to, I guess, clarify that it wouldn't increase that 17.4 million gap.
It will not increase the 17 point.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. How you doing?
Okay, so I'm going to turn it over. So this is where we're going to shift. The constitutionals kick it off, and you guys have those discussions. Now we're going to have the analysts kind of outline the departmental expenditures, so we can talk budget first, and then you can talk to the department about everything that you want to talk about. So
Good morning again, Commissioners. Veronica Edel is going to be presenting the Human Resources budget, and Wade Childress is going to be presenting on the department side. He's got two staff members in the back over there, Brennan Atwood and True Kelly Martin. And I wanted to just give a shout out to Danielle Holland, who does a lot of the budget work with Veronica here. She's not here today, but she does a lot of that work. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Veronica.
All right. Hi, Veronica. Hi, Wade. How you doing?
Yeah, good morning, Chairman
Okay.
Scott, Commissioners. I tend to have a low voice, so please tell me if I'm not speaking up enough. Just going to refer really quickly to the department purpose, which is the top of page 1. Everyone can read through that. Don't need to do that right now. Then as we go through the materials, the tables below that for the budget summary give a high-level overview of the department's budget. This budget is the general fund budget for the human resources, employee recruitment, training, employee relations, all of the things that the general fund supports. Okay, and I'm going to go on down to the budget drivers at the top of page 2. So overall, we have a net increase of $54,770, and that brings the total budget for 26 at this point to $5.1 million. These appropriations, as I said, are 100% from the general fund. They are recovered from all the departments that Human Resources serves, however. So utilities, other enterprises pay their share of support from Human Resources.
Okay. Got it.
Okay.
Did everybody understand that piece of it? You go for it, Chris.
So, Commissioners, we do a cost allocation for internal services. So that is OMB, Human Resources, County Administrator, even the board's budget. We allocate that out to the various departments that we serve. And it's rather complicated. It's on a case-by-case basis. But that way, the general fund is not bearing the full burden, even though it shows the general fund, because the general fund gets a revenue back in for those charges. So we call it cost allocation or intergovernmental charges.
Right.
Okay, so the personnel services is increasing by $137,000, 3.1% to $4.6 million. So you can see that, like in many departments, this is the majority of the budget is the personnel doing the work. And the changes, working with the appointing authorities on the strategic initiatives, Human Resources has done some reclassifications and working on improving service and improving recruiting outlook for the future, making some changes in training, and really, I'm going to definitely not speak to it more because Wade can tell you much more about it than me. But that there's no increase in here for a general wage increase. This is based on those strategic initiative changes, and then the FRS increases that we have about 8% built in for those. And then there's no change in the FTE count. There's 34.4 positions. Operating expenses are decreasing overall by $82,640, so they're going down to $566,700. And this is primarily due to removal of the decision package that was approved for 25, a one-time expense of $225,000 for a market survey. That's being offset, excuse me, by two increases, which are really transfer of cost from BTS. So software subscriptions that are going from BTS to Human Resources for the new year will be Skillsoft Percipio, which is a learning platform. That's $125,000. And the LinkedIn recruiting account, which is $42,000. So again, that's not a new cost. It's a shifted cost now that those are, they're kicked off with BTS and then they're shifted to HR to be able to manage going forward. There's no capital outlay in the budget for the Human Resources General Fund. There are no user fees. As we said, there are intergovernmental charges, but no user fees and no decision packages for FY26. And I'm going to stop here and let Wade take over. Wade Childress is the Chief Human Resources Officer.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I've been here just over a year, so second time in front of you all, first time actually doing my own budget. Priorities for me for this past year have been threefold. One is really develop a strategy for the benefits plan. The benefits plan is by and large the much larger budget that we have to deal with, and generally nationally that goes up 6 to 8%. Our goal is to keep that flat, and I think we've been doing a fabulous job with that. So that's our biggest priority, is to develop a strategy around health insurance benefits primarily. And the goal is twofold. One is to make sure that our employees have really good benefits, and two is to make certain that they're at a reasonable cost to the county. You've got to balance those two, and it's not an easy thing to do, but definitely a focus for us this past year. Second focus for us this year is learning and development. Heard very clearly from the appointing authorities that we wanted to continue to increase our offerings in terms of learning and development, specifically for management and leadership positions. And that also includes that succession planning of people that are aspirational leaders that would like to move into management. We need to develop training to make certain that they are prepared for that succession planning. So that's the second priority for us. Third priority is the ERP system that Ken talked about. That is a county-wide endeavor. I'm really excited about this. I've actually been through this probably 4 or 5 times before in previous roles. It is a massive project, a very strong undertaking, and HR has volunteered to go first in this based upon our systems and where our systems are. We need to change those out as soon as possible. So we are working on structuring our staff so that we'll be able to support that going forward. And that's the third main topic that we're working on so far.
Mike.
Thank you. Operating cost decrease of $82,000 to $566, primarily due to the removal of the non-recurring market survey. $225,000 for the market survey. And we operationalize that and don't capitalize that? I mean, getting back to the previous conversation that we had.
Yes, sir. So that is an operating cost that we built into the current year budget, and that's one of the things we do every year is we go back through and make sure that if something's a one-time, it does not continue. It stays one time. But no, it was not contemplated as a capital project originally and was
So it's
in
up
the
and
operating.
down, up and down,
It
up and
does
down
indeed.
instead
Yes,
of.
sir.
Okay. All right, thanks. Appreciate it. Commissioner Wiki?
Well, I guess just following off the operating expense, 2024 was 265,000, and it seems like it was kind of flat, 22, 23, 24, and then you had that one time that jumped up, now, we're budgeting for 566,000 when, 3 years of actuals, barely eclipse, 260. Is there any,
That's a really good question. Since I've been here 15 months, I'm not as familiar with the prior years as I would like to be. My sense, though, is, I came in last year with the budget where we're at. One of our goals is to look at the operating expense and see if some of those things that we're hiring people to do, if we can possibly do those internally. And that is actually why we were able to reduce the $225,000. We made the decision to do those salary reviews internally, and so we were able to free up that money going forward. So, from my perspective, from where we've been, I think we've done a fabulous job of getting rid of some of those expenditures. I have a really hard time talking about 2 or 3 years ago because I'm just not familiar with those details.
so you're saying you reduced the operating by 225,000 from 25's budget?
Not in total. We reduced it by the removal of the non-recurring, the market survey, right?
Right.
But then that was offset, those reductions were offset by some increases where we shifted software that we've been using for years off of the BTS budget. We shifted that over to the HR budget. So that offset some of that $225,000. So the net savings is much less than that.
But still like double than the last 3 years combined.
I mean, not double from last year, I think in line from last
22,
year.
23, and 24.
Yeah,
But you weren't here.
sounds like a fair point. I just don't know the reasons, what was in the operating budget back then.
Does anybody know?
Chris may know.
Commissioner, I assume you're on page 8 of,
I'm on the general fund, human resources, page 1, and talking about operating expenses. 22 it was 205,000, 23 was 294,000, 24 was 265,000 of actuals. Then the budget in 25 ballooned to 649,000. And now, we're saying, well, we're saving money because the budget for next year is 566.
So,
But yet,
Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's 225,000 built into that one time, okay, that's in the 25 budget. So when you back that off, it's much closer to the 265 you're talking about. The transfer is what he was talking, what you were talking about earlier, which is the transfer from BTS. So you're seeing an expense go down over in BTS and transferred over to this budget that used to be budgeted solely over in BTS. Correct?
those two softwares, yes. Yes.
So explain that.
So yes, the one time went down, the two softwares came up, and so that is how we arrived at the 566,700. I see your point, Commissioner, which is the actuals on page 1 of the 3 years of operating expenses are in the 250 to 300 range, whereas we're budgeting 566 in 26. So it is something that we'll take a look at and make sure.
okay, and then we'll see, I guess, an equal reduction in BTS for operating to offset that.
Right.
Okay.
You'll see that on the software side.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Dave?
Yeah, just kind of backing away from the numbers a minute. And, we look at already looking at our different org charts in the different departments and see vacancies in different places. And sometimes it's, the talent's not out there or the talent's being chased away by higher salaries. How do you, in comparing to other organizations in the government sector, but also maybe even looking at some of the private sector, how do our benefits stack up for young people? You're trying to get folks, I know HR does not like to discuss ages, but we do that on the commission all the time. Val is always after me and my age.
So I've heard, yes.
So you've heard that? So
I've heard that.
And we older folks have different needs in our, HR than the young people. But how are we doing from that development of our HR benefit package standpoint for the, attracting people into this field of work?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So, and, by comparison, I've worked in both private industry, for-profit, I've worked in not-for-profit, now I'm in government, so I think I've got a good platform for comparison. I think the benefits here are solid, compared to what I've seen. The payroll costs are a little higher than they were in my not-for-profit, if I take a one-to-one comparison, but not far off, right? But in terms of the actual package and what we're doing, I think we've got good, solid benefits. I think if you look at the age bands of people that you're trying to support, it's very unusual for younger workers to focus on benefits. Usually they're more worried about their salary, they want to pay the rent, and it is much more common for workers that are further along in their career to focus more on the benefits. And then if we look at costs, generally we see things like younger women are a little bit more expensive than younger men. Older men are usually more expensive than older women. So those are some of the cost drivers that we have.
What was that last one you said? I'm kidding.
Older men are more expensive than older women, so from a health insurance standpoint.
Okay.
So, But in terms of the benefits that we're offering, I think they're very solid and stack up well against other competitors.
So in the same vein, then, I've been around my nieces and nephews and babies everywhere this past weekend, so, which in case they're listening, I love every minute of it. Child, the daycare issue and when families have children, right? And some of these benefits that I was hearing about, like, bank benefits of 6 months paid salary to, if you're the primary, I'm not quite sure how to use the right terminology without being, criticized, but if you're the birthing, but not necessarily birthing, but the one who's going to stay home, gets more. Do we have that? Do we have packages like that? Again, trying to talk about the younger people.
Yeah.
You said they don't look at benefits much, but that and daycare to me would be big ones. So, and I know they're expensive. I'm just asking what we have and how do we stack up?
Yeah, so we do not have a specific benefit that says if you're out due to the birth of a child, we will pay fully for that out of a separate fund. We do have the opportunity, certainly under the FMLA, that people can take up to 12 weeks off. That's unpaid leave, but we have a generous time off and annual leave policy so that a lot of times people can use their annual leave to get full pay during that time that they take off.
So we have it's called PTO, so it's total time. You don't have a vacation and a sick leave bank that are separate. Ours is rolled together. As a result of that, the employees have a pretty rich set of leave time, and if they don't use that, if they're not taking Fridays off when an event comes up, such as that, then they have that bank that they can accumulate however much and use that to where they can have that time as paid time. We also separately have a short-term or a short-term disability.
And long-term disability policies.
Short and long-term disability that we have an insurance policy that they can apply for under certain conditions and be able to have that as covered time to a certain amount. So they have two different ways in which they can cover, time like that.
Okay, well, that was, and I appreciate the explanation, but for somebody like me who's not in it, that was clear as mud. So, again,
Sorry.
not to your, I just don't understand
Yeah.
it all. And all the different funds that we're talking about and the different needs of the folks that we're trying to recruit to come here for a career. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that.
We do look at that, Commissioner, and actually, Ken Burke and I put together a little task force several years ago. It's probably been 4 or 5 years ago now. And one of the things we said with our employees, with our employee group is, do you want to package benefits differently? Okay, but you can't spend any more money. Okay, so we've got to set the parameters on, okay, we still have when we compare ourselves to all of our local area jurisdictions, we're competitive. We're not the highest. We're certainly not the lowest. We stack up well. So here's the amount of money. If you want to slice and dice that differently, come back to us. Well, we didn't get anywhere with it because people only wanted to add additional benefits, which then is cost prohibitive in terms of time or cost dependent upon the service. One of the big things, there's no question, especially with younger workers, is we pay into a retirement system. Well, no private business is paying what it cost us to pay FRS as a 401k match. They're not doing that, and so it puts us at a disadvantage that way. But it's required by state law, so we don't really have a choice.
Well, I just think it's an area, again, I'm not looking to necessarily add or take away the costs. I'm just saying qualitatively, to me, it's an area that I think needs study. And just, again, they typically say we don't compete with the private sector on salaries, but in traditional terms, you have better benefit packages or more stable ones. I don't know that that's true or not as it relates to daycare and healthcare or, birthing opportunities. So I just think it's something that at least we need to be aware of. Whether we do anything about it or not, maybe we can't afford to. Our residents are watching every dollar that we spend, but in some ways, it costs us money when we lose people. We have to retrain and re-recruit, and you can see a lot of the empty spots that we have. So, I think I don't know it's all attributed to this, but,
I understand.
Thank you.
Barry, you brought up a quick thing that jogged my thought process. You said paid time off. Is there a limit on how much an employee can accrue and then defer taking that years down the line, and then they're getting paid at a higher rate than when that was earned?
You can accrue an unlimited amount, correct me if I'm wrong, but then you can only be paid out 3 times your annual leave amount. So if you're here, earlier in your career, then you get less time. You're later, and then it's 3 times whatever that annual accrual is. That's the cap on the payout.
Someone could earn like 3 times by deferring collecting that, instead of if they were just forced to take it like the same year, they would save the county a considerable amount of money.
That would be a major change in policy, yes.
So, could that be like maybe explained a little bit more for everybody?
Yeah, we can do it now, we can do it later. Again, we've had this policy in place for a long time. And it's normal, I would say it's pretty normal in government to have some accrual level. It's been different place that I've been. So this, I think, is pretty generous, where you can be paid out 3 times that annual amount. But that's what you can be paid out. But then you can use it, whenever. But it's pretty common when you have a PTO, because now you don't have a separate sick leave policy. Like if somebody compared us to Tampa, they would have, you get 2 weeks of vacation, you get a week of sick time, and they're in separate banks. Well, then it becomes a management nightmare of, because they took off on Friday or Monday, were they sick, or, were they just trying to burn some of their sick time down? Well, here it's yours, okay? And so, but that also means if you've done a good job and come to work and you have a heart attack later in life, now you have time that you can use to cover that as paid time. And so it becomes a bank to be able to use, for them. But there's a cap on the payout, so you can use it. If you have a significant illness, you can use it to cover that time.
Yeah.
But there's still a cap on the payout. Ours is 3 times whatever your annual leave is.
Yeah, obviously don't want to take that away, but I'm just saying maybe make it where, that rate, from what you earn it at doesn't increase that much.
I don't know how you'd track that over 20, 30 years, but.
Well, you would force people to take it if they've accrued so much, then you would force.
It'd be a major policy change for us.
That would save probably considerable money.
I don't know. Okay. I would assume so.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Flowers?
I guess just maybe to try to put it in a way that I think I hear the question he's asking. Each pay period, it depends on, I'm sure, where you are, management, frontline, et cetera. What, if you know the average, how many hours are accrued for PTO time every pay period? Because typically that's how you get it.
That's how you get it.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I think what he's asking is, how do you accrue it? So on average, about how many hours of PTO time is accrued? And let's use frontline workers.
I don't have that memorized, I'm so sorry.
Okay, no, because you didn't even know this question was coming.
Yeah.
But I was just trying to maybe get at what I think my colleague is trying to say. So let's say, I'll use myself, for example, in an organization that I worked at full-time before I got here. So being in management, I accrued approximately 3.5 hours of PTO time each pay period. We had the same structure. Initially, there was segregated sick time versus PTO. PTO was for vacation or whatever, sick was if you're sick. We combined it. That way a person could flex it out however they desired to flex it out. However, in the past, if you didn't use all your time in a year, that time could roll over. Got to be pretty expensive, though, for people like me who didn't take off, because I had a lot of hours that I could roll over. So if I wanted to take 5 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, I could, because I had that time. They got to be pretty expensive. Plus, some people knew that they were going to be leaving, so they'd take that vacation and then leave, so they got their money. So then we switched to, I'm going to say depending on your level, my level at the time, you could only accrue up to 4 weeks of leave time. And if you didn't use it within that year, you lost it. Am I hearing you to say with the county, if you don't use it, it rolls over, you don't lose it. However, you can only cash in or you can only recoup X number of hours, 80 hours or something like that. I'm just going to throw that in there.
So for our classified employees, for years 1 and 2, they accrue 120 hours of
Okay.
leave time total. Okay, so that's sick and vacation combined.
Altogether.
And then it goes up by years of service.
Okay.
So in that particular case, they could accrue, well, it's only 1 to 2 years, so they can't really accrue. So I'd have to go up in hours, but they can accrue for those first couple of years, 120 hours. In that particular case, then they could be paid out up to 360 hours if they left, because they could accumulate however much, but then they could be paid 3 times their annual. And it wouldn't be that, it would be higher than that because it
Right.
would be based on their years
Yeah,
and where they're at that time.
I think that scenario,
That's,
I don't know if it
I was just
explains
trying
a
to
little
give you
better.
I was trying to give you the amount there.
Yeah.
So yes, that would save us, okay? It would be a significant policy shift, but it probably would save us, but it would save us years down the road.
Right.
It wouldn't be a budget issue now because you're still gonna owe those employees those accrued
Right.
balances that we currently have on the books.
Right, right. So the other thing I want to say is, because it was a change for me, the unified personnel system versus the way that we are set up with HR is very different than what we deal with in the nonprofit arena or any for-profit like Duke Energy or other structures. It is very different. So just want to say that. My third thing is, based on the information that you presented to us, I also see where those who are going through SHRM certification, which says that you're supposed to be the best of the best in this field, there are now a lot more programs that help with onboarding and doing all of that hands-on paperwork or face-to-face that we used to do in the old days versus now. For example, when someone submits their resume to us now, it goes through this computer process system, and the computer, if you're still using it, the computer pulls out, based on what the job description is and everything of that open vacancy, it pulls out the resumes that best align, and that's the information that goes to the managers or whomever to determine who to interview. Is that system still in place?
I don't believe our system has that functionality.
Okay, well, there,
Yeah.
okay, it was a functional system, because
Really?
when I was working on my paper and interviewing people, that was the system. That's why I'm asking if it's still the same. Because the concern is when you use less of a human function versus a system function, sometimes you miss out on good candidates because maybe that human function would ask something that maybe that system function would not ask. I'm saying that to say I want us to continue to rely on technology, but I think in some instances for certain positions, we should still rely on the human interaction versus system approach interaction.
So there's a balance between the two, actually, but our recruiters are heavily involved in making certain that we have the right qualifications in the applicants that we send on to the managers. So we do a little bit of both, but our recruiters are heavily involved in that process.
Okay, thank you. But my whole diatribe in the beginning was just to try to hopefully give a better definition of what my colleague was asking when it comes to, so how do you determine how much time they get and what happens with the time if they don't use it, or how much time can they use versus lose or bank?
I think there's numerous different ways of doing that, and I'm familiar with all of the suggestions that you've done and have actually worked in systems that are using those. There's pros and cons to each one of those systems, right? There's no such thing as a perfect system. So, if you make a change in your system, you'll find that in some areas it will do better, in some areas it won't do as well. So, the county system allows people to plan long-term, to Commissioner Eggers' comment, and to make plans for things like, hey, I'm going to have a child. Usually you get at least 9 months notice of that, or maybe 8 months notice of that, right? So you can save up some PTO for that kind of thing. or even if you've got ailing parents that you need to take time off to support them. This kind of system allows for that flexibility, and that's one of the positives of the system.
And even with what Commissioner Eggers was saying, there are some programs where, because typically you look at the time off for maternity leave as being the mom. But there are some programs out there where it's the dad, because the dad is the person that's home, not necessarily the mom. And so now it allows for that internal choice to be made, based on whatever their family structure is.
Yeah,
So what
and
you
that's
would-
why I was trying to be
Yeah.
very careful how I
Yeah,
said that,
that's-
because I didn't want to.
Yeah, he didn't want to misspeak, but
it's
that's,
both these
I knew
days.
that's what you were
Both.
talking about,
Absolutely.
because there are a lot
We
of.
support both. We
Yeah,
support both.
Family structures are very different in some arenas, and so it's just a way to help a family structure, however that family structure is.
So PTO, vacation, totally different? Or is it all into one?
It's all in one. It's all
So
PTO.
how do we encourage people to take the vacation that they've earned and then that they need, instead of holding on to it for years and years?
I don't know the answer.
Okay. To me, that's a problem, because I think when you get institutional burnout, you get all kinds of things that we're dealing with in people's lives. And if you encourage too much of the banking, and again, I'm not trying to advocate big changes on the spot. I'm saying conversations about making sure that folks get away.
I
Instead
would
of.
have to have conversations with all the appointing authorities and departments. I'm sure they do that, to some degree, but to answer your question directly, I just don't know the answer.
I mean, I think Della, for instance, needs vacation to get away from
She takes
the office.
more than enough. It's a whole nother conversation.
Sorry, Della.
okay?
But I do think it's important, that the banking
Yeah,
part.
no. I understand.
To Commissioner Flowers. She never took any time off.
Yeah.
Well, that's not necessarily healthy for our employees.
And you're right, it wasn't healthy because I was exhausted, but I had team members who were from out of state, and during the holidays, they wanted to go home, and so I would stay and man the office.
Then you got burnout and you ran for county commission. I mean, I don't know what's wrong with you.
I was on the school board then.
Okay, school board.
But I understand what you're saying, you can't, it's like you can't make somebody take time off, but it's strongly encouraged. Mental health days.
All right, Commissioner Lambeau, you have a-
My understanding would be that any kind of policy change that is made dealing with, time off would need to affect new employees, because it wouldn't be fair to do something with current employees. Is that right?
I'd really have to look at the proposed change and talk to the county attorney's office, because we do have a personnel board, okay, that we appoint. I also have appointing authorities that have separate authority. So can I mandate to a constitutional officer how he, does that? Those are all things that we'd have to talk about.
Well, because my other question would be, like, for instance, like, if we did that, could it affect the sheriff? Because then,
Sheriff's outside the UPS system, so he has his own policies. Everybody else falls under the personnel system, under the special act that we follow. But, you're still setting the budgetary guidelines and policies, so if we wanted to do it, I need to research it more. I think you're right, it'd have to affect or you'd have to at least have everybody have their current bank. You couldn't take time, so how that would, I'd have to look at and research that more.
Yeah, and I wasn't, again, try to clearly read it. I'm not trying to, take away anyone's, PTO or anything like that. I just.
You're going to get the calls after this conversation, I can tell you.
And to, Commissioner Flowers' point, it's like 120 hours that can turn into 360, but if they bank that for several years and got a 4% pay increase, 3% pay increase, they get paid out at their current rate, not when they earned it, so.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right about the cost, because there's no question, you're getting paid out at a higher amount when you leave, but there is a cap on the amount that you can cash out, is the point I was trying to make. So there is an amount, it's limited based upon that cap.
Wade, Commissioner Chair, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
I had a couple comments, a couple questions as well. But first of all, on the PTO, I've always been a believer that you use it or lose it, but people who have earned what we've already promised to them, that can't be taken away, but I would love to have a discussion about how that program runs, maybe make some modifications, because like, I really believe people should take their vacations. They really need it. And then I had a question, just a couple technical questions for Chris, I think. You know, I pay for extra coverage on different things, and I don't, where does the employees, when they pay for extra things? I don't see it on this budget anywhere. Does it go to the general fund and then?
So I could not have paid you for a better setup. That's our next budget. We're going to look at that in just a minute. So
Okay.
it's in the
All right.
employee health
And then,
benefits.
I put them all together because they all came as one little package for me, so that'd be great. And then, on the salaries themselves for your department, you've got 4 vacancies that total about $380,000. Is that included in this budget for personnel?
That's a good question. I'm not sure exactly how we're budgeted for vacancies.
Commissioner, we have assumed that they will all be filled.
Okay,
there
so
is
those are
no-
all filled, but if they're not there, you know, just looking at the flow chart, you know, without being too specific, you know, I see a lot of definite needs in this chart of personnel. I also see some nice to haves, and if you have almost $400,000 to play with in this budget for this department, I'd like to see less nice to haves and stick more to the have to have, especially for, you know, I only see 3 recruiters in here, and I would think we'd have more because I hear recruiting is most difficult, but those are the things that the chair said we shouldn't really get in specifics on who we need or what, but I would like to see more emphasis on what we really need versus what is good to have. And if we could save $400,000 by moving people around in this department, I'd appreciate it. Also, and this will become a recurring theme with me because I actually did go through all the little lines and look at expenses. I see you got $60,000 in here for travel. I don't know where people are going, but Zoom calls are great for conferences. And I see every department seems to have a lot of training costs, and we're at $60,000. If you could look at those and see if you really want to spend that this year on travel and training, and also, I don't know, every department has these books, publications, subscriptions, and memberships, and some of them are hundreds of thousands of dollars. This one's only $21,000, but I don't know what magazines we're subscribing to, but if you could look at that, I would appreciate it as well. So.
I don't think we have magazines, but Commissioners, we do go through that, and the analysts can speak to those. They do go through travel that for, like, let's just take for human resources, we can speak to that. There are SHRM certifications that you want people to have their professional development. Sometimes that's interstate conferences for certain levels of people, and maybe an annual conference at certain levels.
The reason it came to my mind is I do all my continuing education online, and I pay the fee, and I do it on my computer, usually when I'm doing my other job, so.
It's just, like, I'll just take my office, I could cut down on our travel, but if my ACAs and them don't go to the annual conference, they don't see what other people are doing from around the country. They're not looking and hearing the best practices. They're not able to take that and apply that through, an online.
Well, we might be hurting for cash this year, and I'm not saying get rid of it, I'm saying please look at it again.
Yeah.
Because, I don't like to, if you can look at that and do 30,000 and 50,000 less, we can do that in every department, and, sooner or later, we get $500,000 extra. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with that, especially, the travel, 22, 23, 24 was barely 7,000, and then it ballooned to 30,000. So I think, again, for all departments, need to be looking at the actuals that they've spent and not have these huge increases in these lower line items when we have 3 years of historical data to use. I don't understand why it's 100% increase, or, it just really doesn't make any sense. So I just confirm with Commissioner Scheer's points.
Wade, I got a question or two. Do you know how much we're carrying on the books right now in terms of a liability for buyouts, for PTO buyouts? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, we've got 10 different appointing authorities and 3,200 staff members. So,
Right.
you know, I mean, we'd have to do some work to calculate that, but.
okay.
you know.
If we could find that out at some point, I'd be curious to know. I think we'd probably all be curious to know what that number is. And on the 4 vacancies here, how long have they been vacant?
Various times. So I've lost, I mean, our turnover in HR is actually really low. We've lost 4 people in the past year, terminations. We have had some transfers. A few people got promoted elsewhere in the county, so really excited about that. And so, you know, what I try to do is always look at measuring what is the need. So if somebody leaves, I always like to take a couple of months to consider, do we still need that position at all? Do we need it in the department someplace else, or is it still needed there? So, you know, to your point about the recruiting costs, yeah, actually, we've just brought on a 4th recruiter, reclassified a position that was elsewhere, moved it over to recruiting because we felt that there was a stronger need over there. So we do that with every position. I always want to be very methodical about that, so I'm going to leave my positions open a little bit to have that conversation, to do that research, and be very intentional about when we fill it.
Okay. So these 4 you intend to fill?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
All right. Any other questions? No? All right.
Benefits.
Also, I don't know if we're able to get like the stuff up on the screen too. Like, I don't know.
So what?
I don't know if we're able to get stuff up on the screen too, or.
Well, they're supposed to, it's supposed to be.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah.
They stop scrolling.
Oh.
They went to lunch.
Oh.
Oh, no. I don't know why it's not switching. There we go.
Hey, in the back. They're always telling us, right?
The voice from the past.
Scroll, please.
Okay, Commissioners, we're going to switch over to the Employee Health Benefits Fund, which is administered by Human Resources Department.
Can you get just a little closer,
closer?
please? Thanks.
Is that better?
We'll see. I don't know.
Okay, okay, sorry. Okay, so the Employee Health Benefits Fund is administered by Human Resources, and the purpose at the top is, I'm not going to read through it, but essentially it's the health benefits that we receive. It's not the FRS and things that are general. It's health benefits, medical, dental, wellness, mental health, all of those. And then at the table below, as before, is a summary at a very high level for the department. And what's interesting and different is that you'll see a very large number with personnel services, but that's not personnel, that's the claims, the benefits that gets charged to personnel, because from an accounting standpoint, that's how it's classified. So that's, well, I'll explain a little bit more when we talk about the budget drivers. So if we go down to the top of page 2, or up to the top of page 2 for the budget drivers, the key thing that we're doing here, basically we're keeping revenues flat and expenses flat for the most part with this budget. The recommendation for charging departments and the entities is to stay flat at the $19,090 per employee for medical and $990 for dental. These are the same rates that we had in '25, and as you mentioned earlier, Commissioner, the employees also contribute to their cost, and employees who have families and dependents are also contributing on their behalf. And then retirees are also contributing into that as a revenue to this fund to support the cost. And and if you exclude the reserves, the budget is increasing by just $251,300 and staying in that range of $68 million at $68.9 million. The reserves do increase $6.1 million for the year, and each of these appropriations is all within the Employee Health Benefits Fund. There's no general fund involved here. So the revenues are decreasing slightly down to $72.2 million, but that's really just conservatively looking at the investments and interest earned and not trying to overestimate on that. So they are essentially flat for the year. Then the personnel is also flat with the FTEs. There are 3 positions, 3 full-time positions, the director and the 2 wellness staff. And just wanted to make sure, yeah, the medical claims, the bulk of this is the medical claims, which is flat at $63.3 million for medical and dental, and vision claims. HR and OMB meet monthly with the consultants, Gallagher and Associates. And so we are tracking that, and they're doing projections, and we continuously do that. Right now, we feel comfortable leaving it where it is, at the same as FY25 on the expenses, and we feel comfortable with not increasing, any of the contributions. Then operating expenses, you'll see a fairly small increase, but there's an increase of $141,000. Part of that is because we have shifted to the new administrator for the fund, and because of our benefits consulting. We've shifted our providers. We went from Cigna to United Healthcare. So that's the bulk of it is that, and we're already seeing that we're getting good results. We're happy with what's happening so far, and Gallagher has been really good to work with on the benefits consulting as well. Okay, and then capital outlay, there's just $12,000 in there. They don't always have capital, but that is for some exercise equipment for the wellness program.
Replacement?
Yes, I'm sorry, the replacement equipment. And then there's, again, there's no user fees here. None of this goes to the public, it's all internal. Payments come from the departments, from the employees and the retirees. And then there's no decision packages for FY26 requested. And I stop there and let Wade take over on work plan accomplishments and such.
Yeah, thank you very much. So this is a really good story to tell. And this is very unusual in healthcare. So it is normal for healthcare expenditures to go up, especially medical, 6 to 8% per year. Our job is to develop a strategy to keep those costs at bay. And I'm really excited that for fiscal year 26, we're looking to have a flat, basically flat, 69 million to 69 million. So that's cost avoidance of about $5 million. If you take the midpoint of those normal increases, 6 to 8% is probably 7% normal. Multiply that times the $69 million, you're looking at about a $5 million cost avoidance. So yeah, we're
Excellent.
very excited about it.
Yeah.
Very excited about that story to tell. So, and I think key to this is putting in place a long-term strategy for benefits for the employees to make certain that we are looking at everything that is new that is on the marketplace to see what we can put into place. And again, we've got to balance. We've got to deliver good benefits to our employees, and we've got to do that at an appropriate cost to the county. My goal every year is going to be a flat budget. I will not make that goal every year, right? And when you're self-insured, usually 1 out of every 5 years, you have a pretty bad year, but we're going to do it as long as we possibly can. And, some of the drivers for this year are, one is we did change from Cigna to United Healthcare, and that has helped us out. One of the second drivers is we have ESI as our prescription or pharmacy company. We renegotiated the contract and saved several $1 million per year for that. And then the third thing that we're doing is we've transferred to a new health benefits fund consultant. Moved over to Gallagher, and they've been very helpful with us. So some of the changes that we've made, we've got more in store. We actually have a 3 to 5 year strategic plan. We're looking at developing a timeline and putting things into place that, again, will give our employees great benefits and keep the cost reasonable for the county.
Not a question, but just a compliment. I was really concerned. I think I even shared it with Barry when we switched over from Cigna to UMC, because I had had previous bad experiences with them. But I am really pleased with the services I have received personally. And then even when calling into the office just to kind of get some clarification on things, staff has been really, really nice, really informative, and patient and walking through, no, this is the way you need to do it or whatever. So I just want to give a public shout out to your team for that. And like I said, I've been very pleased with the process and the switch over to UMC from Cigna. I was worried I was worried because UMC is normally extremely high. And to be honest, I was waiting, like with bated breath, he's gonna come in here and I'm gonna read these documents and UMC is gonna be looking for at least a 50% to 100% increase in rates, because they have done that before. But that's not the case. So just wanted to, you always share bad things, so want to share good things.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Commissioner Scher?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Wade, I want to, just like Commissioner Flowers said, I'm new employee, and when I went down to fill out my paperwork and get on my services and pick everybody was really great, so it was great. And also, keeping our costs flat on the healthcare costs, awesome, because I've never heard that happen before. It's never happened before me. The one thing I did have one question, and just the big thing, our budget reserves for the healthcare costs are almost double what our average years are. Is that typical for a self-funded program to have that much in reserves?
Probably not.
I mean, it's
the reserves are high. There's no question.
It's 100.
I think it's a 5% increase this year alone.
Yeah, the reserves are high. It's enabled us. I mean, so we could, but remember, that's not all general fund. That is, utilities. That's all the different funds pay into that. So that's not all free general fund money. But we could lower the reserves down. What it's enabled us to do is, if you recall, a couple of years ago, which is one of the reasons for switching carriers, is a previous carrier said you got to increase your rates by 30%. You're going to have a 30% increase, and we said this doesn't make any sense. Plus, we weren't getting good data as to why. As appointing authorities, I say this because what you don't see is the appointing authorities, which is Wade and the constitutionals and us. We meet and we talk through these things. So we made a decision at that time that it didn't make sense to have that type of a spike, and what we would be doing is we'd be budgeting for costs that we didn't think were going to be realized. So we actually, because we had healthy reserves, were able to say, no, we're going to budget for a 10% increase, not a 30% increase. And if we were off, we had a reserve to be able to absorb that. And it came in at about 12%. But it gave us the cushion to be able to make some of those decisions. But that is still a high.
Very high. If it's possible, I wouldn't mind seeing if we could.
You could spend that down, but you'd have to pull it to capital, and you'd have to put it back. You'd have to put it to one-time use. But you would, again, we'd have to divide it out to the funds from which it came from.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I don't mind other funds. I just if we could look into it, that would be my idea for the day on this department. So, thank you.
Commissioner Eggers, and we'll go to Commissioner Lavelle.
So just from a health perspective of our workforce, like 5 years ago versus today, and the kinds of things that we're doing to encourage good health. So I know that the annual testing is important, right? Because otherwise it's $500 out of my pocket, which is always a problem. Is there anything else that we're doing to really focus our employees on the health part, taking charge of their health care, whether it's nutrition or, exercising or whatever it might be? What are we doing you can't mandate any of it, just encouraging folks to do that. What are we doing to help our folks keep that?
Yeah, it's a great question, and we're doing so many things. And this is one of the areas that I think the county really excels, past above and beyond where I've seen things in my prior experiences. But, we have an entire wellness team. We have nutrition coaching. We have somebody from UMR, United Healthcare, that actually does nutrition coaching and dietary response for us. We've got an EAP plan, but most companies have an EAP plan. We actually have a counselor on site that can see employees right away. And when there are really challenging events like death of an employee or they're close to a death of somebody else, we can actually send that counselor out to the site and to put them in place to work with the team to make certain that they're able to work through that. We have certainly, what you say, the annual testing that we do, right, to make certain everybody's familiar with the screening that they do. We are looking at something called concierge services, which is going to be a step above and beyond calling the insurance company. It's to enable people to be more proactive in terms of their health. So there are just so many things that we're doing in that area, and really excited about what the county has to offer in there.
Folks using it? Do you find, I mean, I know it's hard to say
Yeah.
who's not using it because, you know.
So
but
generally what we find is that there's a smaller group that is regular users. And the challenge is to get that larger group in. And how do we do that outreach and to pull them in? So that is part of the structure of our wellness team and looking at how do we take the core group that we have and how do we always expand that? So we are doing things like mobile clinics, you know, whether it's teeth cleaning or whether it's, you know, some sort of testing for you that will actually send buses out to the larger sites and have people sign up and do appointments on site. County administrator, the other appointing authorities have been incredibly supportive of that. And it makes it easier for employees to get to those appointments. They don't take very long to do. And they're more likely to do them if we're able to do that actually that way. So that's one of the ways that we're doing that.
Excellent. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm not going to talk about that because I keep getting those wellness postcards because I ended up on some kind of weight loss list. But that's neither here nor there. But I guess I need to start attending some sort of employee meetings about that. But anywho, the sheriff doesn't use our health insurance, right?
That's correct. He has his own, we actually has the same, but he has his own plan.
Is there any indication that because our health insurance is stabilizing, that his may as well?
His has actually went up significantly. That's part of the discussions him and I need to have, and that's his actual cost. So his actual claims are coming in higher, and we're still trying to figure that out.
Okay.
Commissioner Wiki?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, again, just to, reiterate some of Commissioner Scheer's point, I mean, I guess, with the increase in the contingency reserved, is explained as aligning with the state's maximum, I think I still remain kind of concerned that we're pushing reserves to the ceiling without a real demonstrated need. I mean, to have, to go to the state max of 10% contingency reserves by increasing that budget to budget 79% this year, I mean, seems extremely high without a demonstrated need. So for me, I mean, I don't think that really aligns with best practices, and our reserves should really reflect our demonstrated risks and obligations, not just trying to get to the max allowed reserves by law. So I think that's something we're going to have to drill down on. So thank you.
One question, Wade, and maybe this was already brought up and maybe I just missed it, but is any reason we didn't have any reserves in 22, 23, or 24?
That'd be a OMB question.
Commissioner, reserves don't show up in actual expenditures, so you don't buy a reserve. Okay. So those are actual numbers, so they're only a budgeted number. So in the past, they're actually shown in the fund balance line. So the revenues minus expenditures equals that number. There were budgeted reserves in those years, but we're not looking at budgeted numbers. We're looking at actuals.
Got it. Okay. And then just one final comment, Wade. I've found anytime I've had to interact with any staff at HR, they're very helpful, they're very friendly, very easy to work with. So appreciate that.
Fabulous. We pride ourselves on our customer service, and glad you guys are having that experience. Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Thanks. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you. If you want, lunch is ready. If you want.
Yeah. Why don't we break for lunch?
Okay.
And then I've got a 1 o'clock call that I have to take. So Commissioner Niagara will take over. Then I should be done by 1:30. So I'll be back.
Okay. So how long?
What do you guys think for 30 minutes for lunch? Plenty? Well, I mean, Half hour? Yeah. Well, how about come back at 1 o'clock? What do you think?
Okay, 1 o'clock.
All right.
whoever put the lunch together for us in, just a few minutes to kind of get a little R&R. And we'll start back with the general fund. Barry, you want to kick us off, going over to
Kick it over to
Jim
Chris and
Abernathy,
to Jim.
I guess, and company.
So,
Go ahead.
Commissioners, thank you. Jim Abernathy is the analyst for these two non-departments. I'll say it that way. It's general fund is an overview of the total, full, complete general fund, and then general government is anything that does not fit conveniently into a department. And you'll see that in just a minute, but we're going to take them in pieces. So general fund first, and then general government. So Jim.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The general fund includes the primary governmental functions of the county that are not completely supported by dedicated resources. The activities include, but are not limited to, sheriff's law enforcement and detention, human services, emergency management, communications, parks, the BCC, the county attorney, and your constitutional officers. The general fund includes operations for both countywide functions as well as unincorporated areas. Recurring funding comes from four main external revenue sources: property taxes, state shared half-cent sales tax, state revenue sharing, and the communication services taxes. The general fund also receives non-recurring revenue, which is in certain years can be significant. An example of this would be a FEMA reimbursement. Total revenues in the FY26 budget. Total revenues in the FY26 budget request increased $18.5 million to $931.8 million compared to the FY25 estimated revenue. Ad valorem revenues, which make up approximately 72% of total general fund revenue, increased $18.5 million to $674.5 million. This is driven entirely by the growth in taxable values as reported by the property appraiser on May 30th. The taxable values will be updated once again on July 1st, the final update before the budget is adopted in September. State revenue sharing revenue decreases $604,000 to $27.5 million compared to the estimate. Also compared to the estimate, local half-cent sales tax decreased $1.2 million to $54.8 million. Another large source of external revenue, if taken as a group, is sheriff-generated revenues. The sheriff collects revenues from various sources, including the many municipalities who contract with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office for law enforcement services, such as Dunedin, Madeira Beach, St. Pete, and others, along with the U.S. Marshals Service. These revenues, along with grants, help offset the need for ad valorem revenue to fund the sheriff's annual budget. In FY26, sheriff-generated revenues increased $2.5 million to $49.5 million. FY26 budget request for expenditures decreased $30.8 million compared to the FY25 estimate to $945 million. You'll hear the details of these expenditures from each of the departments as they are presented later this week. Personnel services, which include salaries, benefits, FRS, and payroll taxes, decreased $16.2 million, which is 13.1%, compared to the estimate of $107.1 million. For departments reporting to the county administrator, a general increase was not included in this request. However, FRS rates were increased to match the proposed rates in Senate Bill 7022, which includes normal actuarial increases. As you just heard from the health benefits presentation, we were able to keep health insurance premiums flat in FY26. The main driver of the decrease in personnel services is the transfer of about 62 FTE from the general fund to the E911 services fund within safety and emergency services. This action does not provide a savings to the general fund at this time due to the equal increase in needed general fund subsidy for E911. This will be discussed more during the SES BIS presentation on Friday. Operating expenses decreased $32.8 million, which is 15.6% compared to the FY25 estimate, to $177 million. The biggest decrease is due to storm-related expenditures being much higher in FY25 compared to FY26. It is anticipated that most of these costs will be recovered through FEMA and state reimbursements over the next several years. Transfer to constitutional officers, which includes the sheriff, clerk of the court, property appraiser, tax collector, and supervisor of elections, increased 17.8 million, which is 3.3%, to 558.1 million. These expenditures account for 63.8% of the total general fund operating budget. Transfers to the sheriff, specifically to the sheriff's office, increased $22 million to $480.5 million. The sheriff's budget request comprises 54.9% of the total general fund operating budget. Accounting for sheriff's generated revenue, this is equivalent to a millage of 3.1692 based on the taxable values reported in May. Based on the FY25 countywide millage of 4.5947, this is 69% of the countywide millage. FY26 reserves decreased $7.8 million to $175.8 million, 18.7% of FY26 revenue, which is below the general fund reserve policy. Reserves were reduced by $78.4 million in the current year to provide appropriations for storm-related expenses. General fund reserves will be rebuilt to the general fund reserve policy level of 20.8% of current year revenue over multiple years as FEMA and state reimbursements are received as part of the annual budget process. That is the end of the general fund portion. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I guess just, I live near Fort DeSoto, and I guess in terms of the revenue, I don't think the county charges the entry fee for Fort DeSoto anymore. It pays for parking, but yet under the revenue for the general fund, it still has the Fort DeSoto entry fee.
We're still collecting revenue down there. I don't know if it's the account, which account number it is, but we are still collecting.
Would you like 347 2214?
Yeah.
Right, there's a line item above that, beach access parking, but then there's
That would be other beaches, the county's other beaches that have the access fee. Fort DeSoto is its own line.
Okay, so the Fort DeSoto entry fee is Fort DeSoto parking now, essentially. Okay.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, well, I guess I'll see if anybody else has anything for now.
I did have a question. Chris, you got the big numbers over here, the high view, as you like to call it, and then you provided these revenues, and these expenditures that I got for the general fund, are these for all departments that have charged something to the general fund?
Yeah, they're the entire county's general fund budget. So, HR that presented, the sheriff is in there, the clerk,
so
all of those are in there.
The travel expenses from his department that I asked about would be included in the total?
Yes, it's a roll-up of all the departments that have general fund funding.
Could have saved me a lot of time. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All the outside contracts from the sheriff's office, it goes back into the.
No, anything that the sheriff does is part of his allocation or his appropriation. We don't see individual contracts. He keeps all those. We give him, we provide the sheriff's office with the funding that you approve, and then they spend it as they need to.
Commissioner?
So we won't see it, like the contractual services that the sheriff has is not in the line item. It would be part of the sheriff, transfer to the sheriff, that's towards the bottom of the expense report.
And Vice Chair, were you asking about revenues, perhaps? Yeah. That's okay. So yes, the revenues come in. So the 13 contract cities are a general fund revenue, and the U.S. Marshals is also a contract revenue, comes into the general fund, does not go to the sheriff. We then take that money and pay for the sheriff, but it comes in as a general fund revenue.
I misunderstood. I was looking at the expenditure side. So, yeah, it is included in the total revenue for of $931 million.
I did.
Commissioner Scheer.
Yes, Vice Chair. Just a few questions on the numbers themselves. The first one on the general funds, the FB Universal Countywide, I'm unfamiliar with that fund.
Can you tell me which page you're on, Commissioner?
Page number 6 from the general fund, you got a big number at the top on the right hand.
That is the beginning fund balance. That's
Okay.
what we
Oh,
anticipate.
fund balance beginning?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what we anticipate starting the year with after 25 is closed out.
Okay, and then just a little south of that, there's a number that says revenue sharing trust. I didn't know, I'm unfamiliar with that one as well.
That is a revenue that the state sends to the county. It is based on a formula.
Which one is it?
The state revenue sharing.
Yes.
Yeah, it's formula driven, and we receive monthly payments from the state.
Okay.
And Commissioner, if I could go high level, there's two revenues primary that we receive from the state. One is half-cent sales tax that we receive from the state. The other one is revenue sharing. Both are according to formula in state statute, and it is not exactly a one-for-one. What we send up, do we get back? Some years we do. Some, it varies according to the formula.
Okay, it just wasn't, I got the half cent, I didn't know what the revenue sharing, and then on the last page of the revenues, I got this one called intra-reimbursement cost allocation general.
Yeah, that's when we were referring earlier to being reimbursed from departments who use internal services. That's the revenue that we receive from the other funds that OMB supports, or county attorney, or the clerk. That's part of the process of doing the cost allocation.
All right, great. So I went through most of these, and the one question it keeps burning in my head, Chris, and I know you're going to know what I'm asking you, is when Public Works bills the penny for the work it does for the penny, does it show up on this revenue sheet?
No, sir.
Does
No.
it show up on the tabulation under intergovernmental revenues?
No. Well, yes, it does. It's in the contras, so it will. Can you
It's
tell me what-
it's a negative on the
Right.
expenditure side.
So-
So there would be, it would,
You find the line and I'll explain. So when a Public Works employee charges their time to a penny project, it'll show up as a contra, a negative. So they're charging out to that other project or fund. Jim's going to find us the page and the account number that it's on.
yeah, it's on page 12.
Does it come to the general fund for
No,
dispersal?
it's a negative to the general fund, so it's a reimbursement to the
it's-
general fund.
What it does is it reduces the expenditures on the general fund side. So there's no revenue, but an employee who would charge 40 hours to general fund normally, if they work on a project for 10 hours, their general fund part of their salaries will be 10 hours fewer, and it'll be paid for by whatever the project is, whether it's the capital fund or the transportation trust fund.
I guess I don't understand why does it show up
Sure.
like other funds
Yeah.
show up as their.
So I realize that a negative expense sounds a lot like a revenue, but it's not. It's a negative expense. It's a charge out. So you're taking the expense where it was originally found in Public Works and is moving that expense out to the project. So it is not shown on the revenue as a positive revenue. It's shown as a negative expense on the expense side to signify that the expense is actually moving out to that other fund.
Okay,
Close?
close.
Okay,
We're
okay.
getting me closer to understanding this.
Okay.
Let's see here. Yep, that's what I had on that. I just wanted to get it all straight in my head. Thank you.
But in answer to, oh, forgive me.
Anybody else? Did you have? Yeah, Commissioner Nowicki?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just a quick question. How are we controlling the underlying 5.3% increase in operating costs?
That would be done at the department level. Each of the departments that make up the general fund contribute to that number. This isn't one particular number. It is made up of the number of county departments that are in that.
Yeah, I mean, because I think like the summary doesn't really like break down those categories down line by line. But that 5.3%, is kind of the narrative explanation, like not in the top level operating expenses line itself. Because you're referring to the recurring non-storm related spending that's increasing beneath the surface, right? I mean, so we have this 5.3% operating increase. I mean, what measures are there in place? Are these new initiatives? Are these why do we have a 5.3% operating increase?
So, a pretty high-level question, Commissioner. The main way that we're controlling for cost increases overall throughout the budget is at a department-by-department level, and it is when we put out the instructions in January, when we tell the departments. And in particular, County Administrator tells everybody, we want you to come in at a flat budget, right? Now, we're looking at the entire general fund here, and so you're probably taking the 157 in the budget column on page 2. And no, I'm guessing wrong. Page 4?
It's the, it says excluding storm-related cost, operating increases, 43.8 million, 5.3% due to increased needs for professional services, contractual services, rentals, leases, and costs for other ITs. Because it's kind of like, it's misleading when you say, well, operating has decreased 15.6%, but when you read the note, it's actually gone up, you say. So I guess I'm just a little.
So, in answer to your question, the main way we control for it is that the instructions at the front end. And some things you can control for and some things you cannot control for.
Okay. And then are there accountability measures in place to ensure that the transferred positions to the 911 services are necessary and funded properly? It's not just kind of like a shell game of shifting costs?
That certainly is not the intent for what we're doing. I will say state law changed the way that we can charge, and so we are taking advantage of that and taking advantage of what the state will pay for by doing this change. I will defer to Friday when we have safety and emergency services here and let Jim Fogarty talk about the need for 911 call takers. I think we all agree that we need them. Your question is, do we need as many of them? And I understand the question, but let's wait till Friday on that, if I may.
Well, yeah, I mean, because we're saying, personnel services decreased, 13.1%, but it says it's because, we transferred 62.2 full-time employees. So we're not actually decreasing, you're just moving the cost.
Correct.
This is a net zero, okay?
It's a small increase.
Yeah, but I know, but we're taking those positions though and just charging them back. It's the same number of positions.
Yes.
And so from a 911 standpoint, we budget them based upon their ability to respond within 90% within 5 seconds, okay, or something like that. There are specific standards that Jim will go over that he can so we do have performance metrics on how they do staffing for a 911 center.
Okay, yeah, I mean, because, our current revenue increases by 2%, but all other revenue sources are kind of going down or remaining
Well,
flat.
if the state would properly fund us on 911 services, okay, then we would be in much better shape, but they won't, and they won't give us an increase in the cost or in our fees. In fact, they went from 50 cents to 40 cents, and so it doesn't keep up, and so the general fund has to cover that. At one point, our call volume was such that we weren't answering those calls with any type of acceptable time period, and so if you called 911, you'd get put on hold. That's not a good thing. And so they've worked really hard to get those metrics, but they have specific metrics to your question that dictate, and he can answer those of how, what's the standards to answer calls. and there's specific metrics that we can tie back to that.
Yeah, I'm not, I mean, by no way, shape, or
No,
form.
I
am trying
understand you're
to-
not. I'm just saying there is a metric there. But they've actually improved, and I'm sure without me even nudging him, he'll tell you about how they've worked really hard to improve their performance out at our 911 center.
Yeah, I guess just, my last point is just, it seems like in some of these line items, it's showing like we're decreasing, but really the point, below is that, well, our recurring costs are increasing.
Correct.
And so like that's a cause for concern for me.
We've tried to sanitize this as much as possible, but in a $3+ billion budget, it's hard to show, to get it without getting into each individual area. That was a shift in the way you do it. It didn't really change the outcome.
And through the chair, the scenario that the administrator called out, every local government that has a 911 system is subsidizing their 911. The state used to give a fair amount more.
It was in our legislative program this year and got zero traction.
Yeah, but that's across the state. That's not unique to us. And the reason it says that it's going down is because it's going down in the general fund, just the piece we're looking at today. You'll see a write-up in SES where it explains how it's moving, but it is going down in the general fund.
Any other questions? You have another part?
Yes.
General government.
Yep. So now we'll shift to general government. General government is a non-department category which aggregates and allocates countywide funding needs that benefit all departments and agencies, as well as unincorporated MSTU expenditures. Major grant programs such as FEMA and the American Rescue Plan Act are included in general government. FY26 expenditures decreased $35.9 million compared to FY25 estimates to $141.2 million. Personnel services decreased $13 million compared to 25 estimate to $1 million. This is due to the storm-related costs in FY25 that are not in FY26. So all of the time that was put in by the employees was captured with the budget amendment in FY25. Operating expenditures decreased $38 million to $50 million. This change is due again to the reduction in the storm-related expenditures. The FY25 estimate includes $50.3 million for contractual services, while FY26 includes $11 million. As I stated earlier, we anticipate most of these costs will be reimbursed through FEMA and the state over the next several years. Other expenditures included in general government include BTS charges for all general fund departments at $33.8 million, and payments to the municipalities for TIF districts throughout the county at $30 million. Also included in the FY26 general government budget is a transfer of $43.8 million from the 3 dedicated millages to the Transportation Trust Fund. That is a $1.5 million increase from the current fiscal year. As mentioned already, the total general government budget includes the ARPA grant. Expenditures decreased $2.3 million to $14.8 million. All ARPA projects are fully obligated and on pace to be completed by December 31st of 2026. The total ARPA amount does not change, and it remains at $189 million. That's the end.
Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Nowicki.
Just not about that, just one question I forgot to ask previously in the general fund. Account number 5820001, aid to private organizations. It looks like the county, spent between 2 accounts with aids to private organizations over $6 million. Do you know what that was for?
The aid to private organization, they'll be talked about more when Human Services or Economic Development is here, but those are programs through those 2 departments that provide funding either as match or incentives that we may have given in previous years.
Perfect, thank you.
We
He's
will
done.
link that back, sir.
Anybody else? Yep,
Yes,
Mr.
sir,
Shi-
Vice Chair, thank you. Does the funding for the general government come from the general fund and ARPA? That's it? And what's the breakdown? I didn't see that.
Yes, sir. So, general government on page 1 is the general fund piece of it, and then page 2 at the top is the ARPA fund part
okay.
of general government. So, again, it's like a department. It's things that don't fit into the other departments. You heard the tax increment financing district. You heard the transfers out. All that is on page 1 up in the general fund portion of general government. And then
So this general fund, general government number 141 total should be on this general fund page for expenses somewhere?
It's part of that. So the personal services that are listed on the general government are part of the general fund personal services. So it's pulled out like a department would be. That would show a piece of the total general fund.
Okay, so it's not a specific number that's over here.
No, it
No.
is made up in there.
That's why I couldn't follow it. I couldn't find that number over here.
now, the line items are the roll-up of all the departments plus general government, all of that.
But for general government, the individual line items are on page 3 and 4 of the packet.
And then just, so we don't know what government, if I'm looking at the general government and I'm looking at all these expenses that you provided for the general government fund, I don't know what departments they're coming from?
Those would not be in any department. That would be the general government department, even though it's not a department where it's got its own budget. And we do things in there that don't fit to any one department.
Okay.
And
Well,
would be.
then I'm gonna, like I said earlier, so I have some reoccurring numbers that I look at, and books and publications, subscriptions and memberships for $538,000. I don't know who's spending that, but if they could look at it again, I don't know what it's for.
It's buried within the departments.
Well, this one would be the Florida Association of Counties,
Oh.
the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council.
Those are all of our memberships to different organizations and things like that.
Okay, they're expensive.
They are.
Yeah, well, if I could get a copy, I'd like to see what those are, see if any of those are needs or nice things to have. And then I also saw an incentives and awards number for $500,000 in the middle of that page that I was like, I don't know what, is that like bonuses or?
We don't do bonuses.
Okay, I didn't think so, that's why I was.
Special salary increases. though.
But we do have explanations for that, so go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, it's employee recognition for, service level or service years, things like that that get charged back for all the departments. They don't have them individually because,
Well, actually, I have seen that in several different departments. I've seen the incentives and awards in other departments. That's what I was asking. 'Cause
yeah, the ones that you're probably referring to in the departments we have a $30 per FTE allowance for the departments for, just birthdays, things like that to help employee morale.
Well, like I said, the reason I saw it was 500,000, and it's also included in all the other department breakdowns that I saw. I just got this last night.
They do too, but they do, as Jim just said, there's two different things. So departments have money to be able to do, things that they, morale type issues within their department, get people together, do a cookout, do things like that. The incentives and awards, there's a variety of things, but that's recognition that they do. And Amanda over in our workforce group works with departments on making sure that they do those types of recognitions and stuff. It's a lot of money, but that's because we have a lot of employees.
No, and I
It's not a
get
lot
that,
per
but
employee.
this is not really a department, so that's why, because
Yeah.
there's other departments out there, and they all have this number in there, so.
Yes. So two different things. The ones in the departments are specific to departments, as the administrator said, getting folks together, having celebrations, you name it, right?
$30 per department,
That's
$30
correct.
per employee.
That's
per
what that one
department.
is.
That's in the department budget.
In the departments.
And then the incentives is rolled up here.
Right, and then this is what we recognize on a non-recurring basis. So your employee recognition pins for 5 years of service, things like that. Those are not in the department because it's not a regular thing. It's over here in general government where they can tap into it as those things happen.
Okay. All right. I appreciate you clarifying that because I was just confused. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Is the, as part of being the FAC president, are you allowed to give your home county a discount in the membership? Is that one of the perks? Okay. All right. Well, that works. Well, we'll keep the FAC membership then.
Boy, that was easy. Yeah. Get some food. Any other questions for these guys on the general fund and general government?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Jim and Chris. I know you guys have been working really hard on this, so just thank you guys for making yourselves available to meet with me and all the other commissioners and answer all the questions and all the overtime and stuff I'm sure you guys have been doing. So you and your whole team, I really appreciate it, so thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay, we're going to move on to let's pass over public work. No, I'm kidding. Is she here? There she is. Oh, we're not going to finish it. We're just going to bring you back on Friday afternoon. No, come on up, Kelly. Public Works is up next.
So as everyone gets to their seats, we have Belinda Amundsen back. She is the analyst for Public Works. We have Kelly Levy and Paul Dean and Mike Andrzejowski over here as well. It takes a team to put the Public Works budget together. So like we did before with county administrator departments, the budget analyst is going to start, work their way through the numbers, and then they're going to turn it over to the department for accomplishments, work plan, and performance measures. Need to stall just a little more? I can do it. I can stall. Okay. So Public Works is one of our largest, if not our largest, department under the county administrator, and certainly one of the most complex. It has more funds than most departments do. And so it does take one of my more seasoned analysts to pull it all together and work with the department, and it takes a great deal of good folks in the department to get it done as well. So thanks to all of them. All right, Belinda, ready?
Yes. Thank you, Chris, and good afternoon, commissioners. So beginning at the top of page 1, I'll provide an overview of the budget. The department's FY26 total budget is $151.9 million. The budget is supported by 5 funds. The general fund's FY26 budget is $22.7 million. Turning to the top of page 2, the County Transportation Trust Fund is $93.3 million. The Tree Bank Fund is $28,500. The department does not have a budget for ARPA in 26, and this is due to a funded project that was being completed in FY25. Moving to the top of page 3, the Air Quality Tag Fee Fund is $1.3 million, and the Surface Water Utility Fund is $34.5 million.
Just before you go any further, just going back to page 1 again, just the overall picture of where we are in FY26, again, going back to FY24, significantly different. Part of it's the reserves, right? They're creating that separate reserve account. So could just give a sense of that, the other increase primarily in operating cost and what that was reflective of last year's budget, not so much from last year to this year, but just how that's changed since 24 and what we're accounting for in that.
Yeah, we do actually have that on a later page, but also the FY24 number, the column that you see there is actuals compared to budget. So just keep that in mind. But if we do, let me just do a quick calculation.
And while she's doing that, at the top of page 5 is where most of that is going to get broken down. You're going to see more detail in the budget drivers section. So rather than.
I wasn't looking for detail. I'm just looking for generally, why is it going from 88 million to 151, or whatever that is? Let me get back to that page. So some of it's on the reserves.
Yep.
Right?
Yes.
And the other significantly large increase of, well, I guess it's under operating expenses for 20 million.
It's operating, and there's also some capital. So a lot of the operating expenses do have to do with grants, et cetera. And then we also have that capital outlay increase from FY24 to FY25, and a lot of that has to do with the ATMS transfer. We had, remember, we had 3 years ago 18 million earmarked for the 3-year period, and then last year was 12 million, and this year we're going down to 5.5.
Let's go. Go ahead. Thank you.
You're welcome. So moving to the cost saving measures and efficiencies at the bottom of page 3. For FY26, Public Works is taking steps to reduce costs and improve efficiency while maintaining quality services. So cost-saving efforts totaled $2.5 million, and including increasing personnel lapse savings, using lower cost alternative for training, streamlining office equipment costs, and completing projects. At the same time, the department is working on more efficient operations by working with business technology services to help crews optimize their travel routes for better workflow and service delivery. Moving to the top of page 4.
Glenn, before you
Yes.
go on, so what we're talking about in lapse savings is underfunding. We don't fund 100% of the personnel line. We fund and so they made that even more than what we had held out an amount before, and they made that even greater based upon their bill rate, and so they're getting the budget closer to actual, which was the point that was raised by a couple of commissioners before. So we're not funding them at 100% of personnel. We're funding them something less than that, knowing that there'll be vacancies.
And you'll see that that's a cost savings measure year over year because they keep refining those numbers every year and realizing that they have more ability to save. So turning to the top of page 4, the department recognized $1.8 million in cost reductions for the FY25 budget through cost saving measures that were very similar to those listed in FY26. In addition, the department improved resource management and reduced their costs by optimizing equipment use and ensuring more efficient spending on cellular devices. The department realized additional efficiencies by improving street lighting maintenance, and they accomplished this by shifting a day crew to the night schedule, which allows for faster repairs and upgrades. And as a result, 1,800 streetlights were converted to energy-efficient LEDs, and that enhances reliability, reduces maintenance cost needs, and improves the overall service to the community. In the middle of page 4, we have the cost savings and efficiencies for FY24. The department achieved $820,000 in cost reductions for the FY24 budget, and they did this by optimizing staffing, streamlining operations, and refining resource management. Savings were realized through personnel lapse reductions, adjusting work schedules, contract service reductions, improved cellular service and uniform management, and more strategic mosquito control processes. So if we turn to the top of page 5 to budget drivers, excluding reserves, the department's total budget is decreasing $3.9 million to $117.4 million. Excluding fund balance, the department's overall revenue increases $1.1 million to $103.4 million. The general fund sees an increase of $1.1 million due to state grants and an increase in the volume of vessel registration fees. The County Transportation Trust Fund increases nearly $500,000, and that's primarily from an increase in the taxable values for the 4 dedicated millages. And now I wanted to specify that a little bit. They have the 3 dedicated millages, and I think we'd mentioned before that we hadn't baked in the property valuation increase, but we actually did. We assumed the 4.0% property valuations increase. So that increased the fund stabilization millage to $17.3 million, the level of service enhancements to $23.7 million, and then the second level of service enhancements to $2.9 million. Now, the property valuations did come in at 3.77, so we will have to reduce that a little bit, and I think that reduction is just going to be $108,000 total.
Right. Through the chair, just so we're clear, we had it at 3.8, and the 4.0. We brought it down to the 3.7 just because of timing. This document had to get in before we had the closer to final numbers. And it's all going to change when we get the July 1st
July
number.
1st numbers
Yep.
will change it anyway, and we'll have to change them all after we get the final number in anyway, so, on all of the stuff.
So for the County Transportation Trust Fund, the upcoming, go ahead.
I have a question going back to page 4. I noticed that y'all saved some money on the cell phone service. Do all the county employees that have cell phones, or is it one cell phone provider that we use?
We actually, it's a cell phone stipend. It's a county policy, and then different employees, just dependent on the job that they have, whether they have to be available after hours. They may get a general stipend of $30 that covers calls and things like that, and then those who have more requirements, it may be higher than that. So it's really their own cell phone. It's just a stipend that's provided to some, not all, but some county employees.
Okay, thank you.
So for the County Transportation Trust Fund, the upcoming fuel tax are expirations, specifically the 9 cent and the local option fuel tax are coming up for expiration in 26 and 27, which could impact future revenue. The Air Quality Tag Fee Fund is decreasing by nearly $240,000, and that's due to a reduction in tag fee revenue. And the
Our air
surface...
pollution control program, just so you know. Most people probably aren't aware of that. State-funded program.
Right. The Surface Water Utility Fund is decreasing $206,000, and that's primarily adjustments, including a decrease of a $1.4 million transfer from the general fund and increases of $1.1 million due to increases in the surface water special assessment rate.
One quick question. It's probably one for Barry. On the fuel tax, is that, when they expire, is that a referendum, or is that?
No, it's a county commission action that you'll need to take action on the 9th cent this next year. We'll actually bring that to you as part of the budget. And then the following year is the
local action.
So the
local
loft,
option.
yeah. And you can only do it 1 year in advance. So I wanted to talk about, let's just, rip the Band-Aid off and do both, because they go into everything you built in your capital, but you can't. So we'll bring those to you as 2 individual actions.
Got it. Thanks.
And finally, the Public Works' Tree Bank Fund is being used for the first time, so we see an increase of a budget of nearly $29,000, which is offset by the same amount of revenues. The middle of page 5, overall reserves are increasing nearly $1 million, and that's primarily driven by a $1.2 million increase in the County Transportation Trust Fund. Personal services decreases $470,000. The department has worked to increase their personal attrition savings, and that's being offset by an increase in the FRS retirement expenses. FTE increases by 4 to 520.2 FTE, and that's due to a decision package to add 4 environmental specialists, which will be offset by increases in user fees. As of May 15th, the department has 51 vacancies. And toward the bottom of page 5, the department's operating expenses increased $2.4 million to $60.4 million. An increase of about $950,000 in the general fund is largely due to grant-funded contract services for the Vulnerability Assessment Phase 2. The County Transportation Trust Fund increases nearly $660,000, and that supports debris clearing, cost allocations, and contract services for the Streets and Bridges program. And the Surface Water Utility Fund grows by $1 million, and that's primarily for grant-funded flood forecasting and vulnerability assessment initiatives. And meanwhile, again, the Tree Bank Fund is increasing to almost $29,000. ARPA decreases to 0. As we mentioned, the previously funded project is scheduled for completion in FY25, so no funding is needed in FY26. Turning over to the top of page 6, capital outlay decreases $5.8 million to $9.5 million, And this is largely due to reduced transfers for the ATMS technology in the County Transportation Trust Fund, which declines by $6.1 million. Continuing on to decision packages, the middle of page 6. The first decision package is for what we mentioned before, the 4 environmental specialists to provide permanent support in the water and navigation program by fulfilling permitting and compliance duties. This cost is included in the budget numbers we're presenting to you today, and it is offset by proposed increases to the user fees over the next 3 years.
So this is a piece that we will need to discuss in detail, and this is proposed rates to try to align our permits and our NAV with the cost of providing the service. They've been filling these positions now as temporary services, which has constant turnover as temporary services. They want to bring them on full time, but we also want to adjust the rates to align with the cost of providing the service. But again, that we haven't seen that volume go down, and we don't see it going down. And so this was this is to get better stabilization, better trained people on an ongoing basis in that area.
The second decision package is for 5 temporary staff, and that's to support seasonal mosquito control and red tide monitoring and reporting. The department has been using these temps for many years, and this cost is also baked into the numbers you see.
So when you have a temporary program like that, we require them to come back, and you get to see that each and every year. So this is a continuation of what we've done, but you get to see it, and we evaluate it each year to whether it's needed to be continued or not.
Decision package number 3 is for machinery and equipment to support mosquito fogging and enhanced debris clearing and management, and funding for this is also included in the numbers you see.
And the biggest piece to this is the 2 grapple loader trucks. As we saw during the storms, we could add 10 of those, and when they're needed, they're really needed. That's the ability to be able to grab debris and be able to load it in an efficient manner.
And it is a one-time cost. We purchase the cheapest way possible. So often that does end up being the Florida Sheriff's Association and other statewide contracts, but not exclusively. We'll go find whatever we can find.
This says that, oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was saying I was sorry. I didn't raise my hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This says that you're going to be turning in 9 vehicles to offset that cost. If you do that, will the cost still be $536,000?
The cost of those vehicles, of purchasing the vehicles, is still the $536, but there is a recurring cost associated with turning in vehicles that is not inside this decision package.
Okay.
Separate.
So, Commissioner, it's a convoluted, complex issue over in fleet. So we have a process to purchase vehicles, and we have a sinking fund for the replacement of those. So that money would then go back into the fleet. But by them turning them in, we probably will source them out to other departments on lower used vehicles. But if they got rid of them, then that would be a revenue over into the fleet fund.
Okay.
Fleet, so the one time we turn it in and they surplus those vehicles, the VRP savings is $254,470. The recurring maintenance costs that we won't be paying for on those vehicles for the remainder is $576,228.
And the last decision package is,
Hold on 1 second.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Were you finished, Commissioner? Commissioner Scheer?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair and Chair.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Boy, I guess I got to give that back up, sorry.
I was, Kelly, I was wondering about these NPDES inspectors, additional inspectors. Is that something that the FDEP has requested of us, or are we just trying to?
Okay, so every 5 years, we get a new permit to operate our stormwater management system. And every year, they tend to change the requirements a bit. This year, it's not a bit, it's a lot. to the tune of about, our early estimate is about an additional $2.5 million. We are,
When did you receive this new request from them? Because
it's,
typically.
it's a new permit. So our permit is expiring in actually expired. All local governments that have stormwater systems that we are responsible for, you are regulated by the state to maintain that system, and they have minimum requirements for which you have to inspect it, clean it, do all those things. They've increased the level of requirements. That's it. So like, for example, you know, maybe in our, I'm just going to throw one out there because I don't have them all like itemized in front of me, but it's, you know, you've got a certain type of structure, maybe a, you know, a ditch, and it used to be on the state required a 5-year inspection cycle, and they're requiring it a 1. So now we've got to do it annually instead of once every 5 years. There's a cost associated with that. So basically, we used our work management system. We look at how much it costs us to inspect that one time. Well, now, instead of doing it once over 5 years, we're doing it every year, and so we put cost estimates on that. Now, they've already issued permits to over in the central part of the state, and that's how we know what the permit's going to look like, because we all get the same permit. It doesn't matter where you are, it's a template, and we all have the same requirements. So we've received that permit. We actually submitted comments on that permit because of the financial impact that it would have, and you know, whether or not it would actually result in an improved condition. So right now, we're estimating that it's going to cost an additional almost $2.5 million, but we proposed an additional $500,000 to get a program in place contractually, because this is not something we can do with in-house resources. So we're going to have to contract it out. We're not going to be able to do it in a year, so it's going to take some time, but that'll at least get us started, because our permit's going to be issued this calendar year. And the compliance is, you know, sometimes there's a new requirement and they tell you have to be compliant by year 2 or year 3. In this case, it's you have to be compliant year 1. And we are right now not prepared for that increase.
Have you thought about it, requesting an extension to the original permit?
Well, we're still operating under our old permit until such time they issue us our new permit. But we will continue dialoguing with the state. They were very appreciative. We didn't just submit a letter and say, we disagree with this. We submitted a letter with very detailed analysis showing our current program, all the things that we already do. It was outcome-based, and you know, then showed what the additional cost impacts would be. We've shown them a lot of data that help support our position, which they were very appreciative of. They hadn't received anything like that before. So whether they'll be willing to change the requirements, I'm not sure, but we're trying to work in that way. They won't extend the permit because all of us have to be under the same permit and the same time. I mean, this affects every county and every city over a certain population. That's what's called a phase 1 community.
Well, I think if you might find that the declarations of emergency that the governor issued will extend those permits for you.
But yeah, we're still operating under our current permit such time that they issue the new one, so.
And this is not currently within our proposed budget. So.
Yeah, it's not. Okay. I think
Kelly explained that really well. Right now, those numbers are not baked into the budget, just FYI. Turning over to the top of page 7 to user fees. The department is proposing increases to the water and navigation user fees over the next 3 years to offset the cost of those 4 additional environmental specialists we talked about in the decision package above. And CIP report. CIP projects will be presented at the June 11th governmental CIP budget information session. And right now, I'll turn it over to Kelly.
Thank you, Belinda. Sorry. Short person problems. Sorry. I'm happy to report that we were able to remove over 640,000 cubic yards of storm debris from our communities within 90 days in accordance with the governor's declaration. We also processed nearly 100,000 cubic yards of sand. That means cleaning it, taking it back out into the beach and placing it in areas where it benefits the beach system. Our urban forestry team received recognition as a Tree City USA for the 8th time and a Tree City of the World for the 6th time, and earned a Growth Award for the 6th time. We also gifted 800 fruit and Florida native trees during 3 Arbor Day and Earth Day events. We actually ran out of trees. We had hoped to be there for multiple hours, but we ran out in 2 hours. Wow. So it's quite impressive, and I'm very proud of our community for being willing to plant all those trees. We designed and constructed a full beach nourishment project in Paso Grill. The project was about halfway completed when Helene and Milton came about, but it's now complete. We have about 21 capital projects in construction at this point, and we have another 10 that will be going to construction over this next year. That's in addition to hurricane repairs. We have a lot of capital projects that will be going forward as a result of damages. And Lake St. George Drive is an example. The weir at Lake Seminole that was destroyed during Helene, and a culvert under Indian Rocks Road. We have parks and trail projects. The pedestrian bridge, the North Trail pedestrian bridge, is almost ready to open. I know the Friends of the Trail are waiting about that one. I think they post about it every week on Facebook, and they're super excited. We finished a stormwater management facility on Starkey. We have 111 local lane miles of road program for resurfacing this year, and 82 lane miles of collector and arterial roads planned. On our work plan, we have several regional stormwater facility projects that we've been working on. In Lealman, we've run into challenges with land and continue to work with real estate to find opportunities in that area. In Palm Harbor, we are in the preliminary engineering phase and reevaluating that facility as we're realizing that we have flooding issues that are complicating that regional facility. We did work with the airport to develop a regional facility plan for the airport that will support both expansion of the airport as well as their out parcels that they lease. And we have a facility that we are working towards on 150th that'll also support redevelopment. We developed a transportation dashboard. You saw a lot of the travel time information and safety information in the presentation that we did a few weeks ago, and we're going to have a dashboard that displays a lot of this right out to the public that we're working towards finalizing. We developed, in concert with the City of Dunedin, as well as some of their community groups, developed a Dunedin Causeway Management Plan. The implementation of that has been delayed by the damages that are out there on the south side, but we are working towards implementing the one-way traffic to improve safety, as well as addressing some of the parking and other issues that are out there. We've completed the Pinellas County Connected Community Project. Again, that was something we presented a few weeks ago, and it's in a monitoring phase along State Road 60. Again, we're monitoring and working towards completing the local road resurfacing program to ensure that our local roads are in good condition. Over a number of years, we've received funding through various HMGP and FEMA programs for hardening our signal system from string wire to mast arms, and we have been implementing a lot of those projects. We just completed West Bay at Indian Rocks, as well as several other locations. And probably one of my favorite programs is our partnership with Creative Pinellas to improve some of our infrastructure from an aesthetic perspective. And this year we did another group of transportation cabinets. I love when I see people taking selfies with our infrastructure. It's a very inexpensive program, and it really has been very popular with the community. Lastly, I just wanted to highlight that we're Internally to Public Works, we also have a strategic plan that rolls up to your strategic plan, and we're in the process of updating that. Since you have new priorities and new goals, we want to make sure that our strategic plan is aligned with yours. And so I expect to see these work plan items change out to make sure that as we align better with your new plan. On our performance measures, we have several here. We had, back when we developed the surface water utility, we had 24 miles of corrugated metal pipe that had long outlived its life, and we've been replacing it slowly. We had some challenges in the last couple of years with contracts and project execution, but we've finally worked through that and expect to complete 2.4 miles next year. We're going to get close to completing that within the next few years. We report out air quality days, as again Barry mentioned, that we have an air quality program. It is funded through grants, and if you go onto our website, we are part of a statewide network that you'll have the air quality index. You might see every now and again we put out an alert for particulates or ozone that may affect individuals with COPD and other respiratory issues. We have our local road resurfacing program. There it says that we're targeting 100 miles. We actually have programmed 111, so that's what we're shooting for. Maintenance of our community rating system at a 2 to continue to support our community with a 40% reduction in their insurance premiums. The county Public Works developed an infrastructure report card that is aligned with the American Society of Civil Engineers process, and we continue to update that report card to keep an eye on how our infrastructure is performing and what we need to do to keep it in good condition. The sidewalk program is blank there. I'm not sure exactly what happened. Belinda, help me. Did you see that?
I don't see anything. There's no numbers.
Oh, okay. But I'll tell you based on our dashboard this morning. I'm not sure. I can't remember what the target. If there was my target is the backlog goal, meaning before the program existed, we had about 14 miles of what we called sidewalk backlog in the system, and that meant that a citizen called in, said there's a problem here, and it sat for a year and we didn't touch it. A year or more. Some of them were 2 years. We invested in that backlog. We cleared all 14 miles of that backlog, and the goal is to maintain that backlog at 0. We're currently at 16. We have 217 open service requests, but we have 16 that are a year, that have hit that year mark, and we're working towards clearing that down. And then we have the transportation system efficiency performance measure, and that's looking at traffic signals that we were able to obtain automated traffic signal performance measures on, and the goal there is 25, and that's where we are right now. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Belinda.
Okay. Well, nobody's speaking yet, but now we are. Okay, well, appreciate it. Appreciate all the work you guys do. What a diverse group that you have in terms of getting work done, from ditches to, all the debris pickup. You mentioned that at the top of this thing, and it's just one sentence that kind of summarized weeks and months and so many hours that went into that, and I've said it publicly, I'll say it again, the folks that were out there doing the work, again, just amazing people that you would ask about it, and they just simply said that it's just their part of helping people get back to normal, and so just really proud of your organization, and just on the Palm Harbor stormwater deal, I assume that we're finding the issue as relates to Nebraska Avenue. Or is it
this was actually to expand. So we have the regional stormwater facility over there by Sunderland, and the The request was to add additional treatment at that facility to expand the boundaries of the redevelopment area so that we could accommodate additional treatment. Unfortunately, we're running into, like, that area has some capacity issues and flood control issues that we need to address. So we're looking at the expansion of that facility, but, you know, when it came right down to it, if we wanted to do that, like, really, we basically have to replumb all of downtown Palm Harbor, which is way beyond the scope of really what this project was. So we're focused on trying to get additional treatment within that facility. It's just proving to be a little more complicated than we had hoped it would be.
But the downtown Palm Harbor part, there was enough room in that treatment for its redevelopment efforts.
Within the master plan, yeah.
Yeah.
And so the request was to expand the master plan boundaries and to include that area in that facility.
In what area?
It was an area, I think it was just to the west, is to incorporate an area to the north and west into that regional facility.
Okay.
And
Nothing to do with Nebraska.
no, we do have to tie in, so the Nebraska project, that stormwater system does tie into the same system that ties into that pond. So there was some coordination on those two projects. We need to make sure we get that right. But it's not, the Nebraska project is not dependent on that project. It has its own.
Okay. So, just as a side, are we going to see the Nebraska final design back here? I'd just like to see it again and have my, like, last say in court before we move forward.
We're pretty much done. The last bit of it was to finish up this drainage analysis, but it's basically what we presented to the public last fall.
Yeah. I'm still having a problem with the little baby roundabout. It seems a lot. It has effect on quite, you know, a few property owners and a lot of disgruntled people for what seems to be very little gain. So, especially given the fact that we have that crossing now, it seems to work very well. So more conversation for me on that. Just I know that there's some that feel very strongly for it and some feel very strongly against it. So the local road paving, we have those 3 millages. If you could just, again, summarize what the 3 millages are for and how we're doing on our, no pun intended, but on our road to getting it fixed. I mean, how far along are we, and how much longer do we need to keep it in place, this millage? This is important millage that's sitting out there doing good work, but I just want to make sure how we.
It is. So I want to pop up, and I've got some slides that I want to lay down to supplement.
Perfect.
BTS.
They've got it on the other screen.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. All right, so I just wanted to go backwards before I go forwards for a moment, because we had conversations without Commissioner Scheer and Commissioners Nowicki, and so I'm going to provide a little bit of history, if you will. So, you know, at this moment in time in 2023, we had started what we'll call the initial level of service improvement for bridges and curbing and sidewalks. Basically, the focus being that our infrastructure was really starting to decline, and that we needed to be more proactive about how we were managing our infrastructure. More importantly, our local road network that we have over here was at a D, and what we were looking at was about 39. Our pavement condition index was 39.7. That was our average pavement condition index on our local roads, which means it's either they were poor or they were either poor or failed condition.
How many lane miles of local roads were you doing back then? Do you recall?
We really weren't doing very many local lane miles at all. It was, I don't even know if they were tracking it. I saw one chart that had like 20 miles.
So I just want to give you that for context. we're doing 110 miles. We weren't doing that just 3 or 4 years ago of local roads. So.
Yeah, so
So could you define for local roads, please? Because
local roads, those are roads in our residential neighborhoods. Our
They
subdivision roads, yes.
So they're not the arterials, and they're not the collectors, and they're
Right.
not.
So under their pavement management, they had so much money, as we know, from the penny, okay? And so that was divided out. So they're focusing on a belcher. They're focused on these main roads, not neighborhood streets. And so there was basically very little except minor repairs to the local road network that was completely being, lost. And that's where that focus was. But I just wanted to highlight, and I'll let her go on, but you're doing, I think I saw her last performance, 143 miles last year. It just didn't occur just a few years ago.
Yeah.
So that's a lot.
Yeah, so I'm going to throw this up here. So just, this was the, again, this was something we discussed back then, but it's like we evaluate our roads, on a 3-year cycle. So our roads are, a third of our roads are evaluated every year, and we repeat that each year until in 3 years, all of our roads have been evaluated. And we update the pavement condition index, and we utilize a software called Paver that basically degrades our roads over a number of years, and then we verify it with the condition assessments that are performed. So what you're looking at is, when you look at the orange and the red, that most of our local roads were in that category. And we were averaging about a 39 on our pavement condition index. I mean, we had some roads at zeros. So we were in that category of road, we were having a lot of challenges. And so the goal, the board said, we want to move, our road network up to a solid C. So our arterials and collectors really stayed in that BC range, but we wanted our local roads to be in a good condition. And so that pavement and condition index was a C. So the target pavement condition index for an arterial and collector is at least a 60, and then the local road network PCI minimum is a 50. So where are we at today? On our arterials, 95% of our arterials meet the target. On our collectors, 85% meet the target. On our local road network, 88% meet the target. Wow. So right now, we have 311.3 lane miles of road that are not meeting their PCI target across those 3 road types. So we are doing incredibly well. To maintain that PCI, that pavement condition index, we really should resurface on a 15-year cycle. So that's the goal. We are pretty much, with the funding coming into the dedicated millage 2, we are about at stasis, but we're a little bit behind. So we would be, our current dedicated resurfacing funds, so I'm not talking about there's prep work that goes on with that and project management, but just funds dedicated to the resurfacing effort itself. For the FY26 proposed, we're at $26.3 million. To maintain a 15-year resurfacing cycle, that's $31.2 million. So it's a little short, but it's not much, and we are, really, we have made a huge market difference in the quality of our road network.
And again, just real briefly, what the millages themselves that were dedicated to that, and the amount of the millages and the dollars for each. Again, I know you had that somewhere, but since we're having the discussion here.
Yep. I'm going to put this up. I think it's, it kind of tells a little bit of the story. So obviously the fuel tax and the dedicated millage together are what not only are we improving levels of service on our sidewalks and our roadways and our bridges, but what we're also doing is stabilizing the fund. And so we talked about the fact that the local fuel taxes are not indexed. The state indexes their local fuel taxes. They do not index the local fuel taxes. That has been, Barry's been talking about that for some time. We did some work.
Right, again this year, and we got zero traction at the state level.
So if you look across the, you look across those amounts, you see that they don't really change because there's no CPI, there's no indexing on those funds. We're bringing in the same amount of revenue with our local fuel tax today as we did 3 years ago.
What's the rationale from the state on why they feel it's important to index theirs and don't allow us to index?
I wish we could have that conversation. It's just simply, there's no benefit to them, so they don't really care about, I guess, our revenue sources and how we maintain our infrastructure at a local level. I mean, it's really a big issue. Obviously, it's not a Pinellas County issue, it's a statewide issue. FAC was very supportive, and we actually provided a white paper to talk about this, and it's got to rise to leadership level, or it doesn't even get a hearing.
Well, nobody wants more taxes, we get that, but if you don't take care of them early, then they become a more expensive road to take care of. So just you pay me now or pay me later more, right?
We haven't been able to get any traction at the state level. I mean, I don't know how else to say it.
Okay.
And I should say this chart also assumes that the 9th cent and the local option fuel tax 1 through 6 is reauthorized. So that's, that's the bottom two, the 9th fuel set being at the bottom, and then we've got the state shared fuel tax, and then we've got, in the gray, we've got the local option fuel tax. So that's the fuel taxes at the bottom, other revenues, maybe grants and interest, and then we've got our designated millages. So the orange designated millage, that's designated millage 1, that is fund stabilization. We're not utilizing that to increase levels of service. We're not utilizing that to do extra. That is being used to basically keep the lights on. It's being used to stabilize the fund overall. Dedicated millage 2, we're at about 24 million. The majority of that is in the resurfacing program. About 10 million of that is in the sidewalk, bridges, and those programs. And then the designated millage 3 is some additional resurfacing funds, but that's also our box culvert program, which are bridges that do not receive DOT inspections. We inspect those with this funding, and we do the corrective and preventative maintenance on those infrastructure types. And then this just kind of shows what designated millage 1 was planned to do. So before dedicated millage 1, the Transportation Trust was expected to go into the red in '26. Designated millage 1 is stabilizing the fund, but it's only expected to do so until fiscal year 31. This was a planned drawdown. And I'm happy to email this out to you if you'd like.
Yeah, I'd love to have that. So it's roughly $43 million this year and projected next year for the 3 dedicated millages, basically.
How are you doing with the bridges? Because we're weight limiting bridges. How have you done with the backlog on that?
On our bridges, basically what we're doing with this funding is we're doing corrective maintenance that we wouldn't be able to do otherwise. It extends the life of that bridge. It gets us more return on investment in the life of that bridge. We do have bridges up for replacement that they're too far beyond that, and San Martin Bridge up in over in St. Petersburg is one. Beckett Bridge is scheduled for replacement. Up in Tarpon Springs, that one is weight limited, and we can't go any further with that bridge as far as corrective maintenance goes. So we are, it's a combination of I'll give you a really good example of what good corrective maintenance can do. We did spend quite a bit of funds, years ago on Shore Bridge up in Ozona. And that bridge is, I think, 101 years old now. We essentially rebuilt that bridge. It was amazing, and our in-house staff did it. They chipped away at all of the old concrete around the rebar, and they rebuilt the underside of that bridge, extending the life of it. That was a one-time funding that was designated for that bridge for that corrective maintenance work, but it got us a lot of life. out of that bridge. So that is the type of ROI that you can see when you're doing this corrective and preventative maintenance. And we really didn't have the funds to do this well before this program. So I mean, we have done, I can get you a list of all the projects that we have accomplished with this. I have that in a report as well that we were just finishing up. But.
Quick question. Oh.
Commissioner Peters had a question.
How many miles of sidewalk have we done?
In total, let's see if I have that with me. So we did 14 miles when we cleared the backlog, and in 23 and 24, we have done 17 additional miles.
So my next question would go to Jewel, because when we decided to do this, a big driving factor was the amount of trip and fall lawsuits we had. Have we seen a decline in trip and fall lawsuits?
I would honestly need to take a look at our numbers.
I'd be interested if you wouldn't mind.
Just based on kind of like thinking about it, it seems like we're still seeing, at least, I feel like the log that you all see that's on that My Consent agenda once a month still has roughly the same numbers, but we can go back and run some numbers and take a look through and try to get with Kelly and line up the years as to when we might want to compare.
I actually got this question and went through that analysis, and the overwhelming majority of the current lawsuits we have predated the program.
Say that last part again, I missed it.
The overwhelming majority of the lawsuits that we have predated the sidewalk program.
Predated this, okay.
And I think what you might start to see over time, there's been some changes in the law. So the statute of limitations used to be 4 years, it's now 2. And we've also seen a change in the civil rules of a procedure that changed on January 1st of this year that are really designed to make state court cases progress a little bit more quickly. So hopefully over the next 2-3 years, we'll actually start to see the impacts as some of the older cases get resolved. Okay. And we start seeing the cases just get filed a lot more quickly than we might be used to.
Okay. Thank you.
That was one of my questions, so thank you, Commissioner Peters, for asking that. And the other one was, if you go back to that one graph that showed all the different pieces that make up the funding, where is the piece that's indexed? Is that the green piece at the bottom?
That's the state's portion of the fuel tax. We don't.
Is it not included in our?
No, we don't get those funds.
Oh, well, we don't get any
No,
gas
the
tax?
state, so the state, for the funds that they use for state roads.
Right, that's different.
That's the piece that's indexed, the piece of the gas tax that's indexed. So they index their funds, the locals, they don't index.
Yeah, the gas tax fund, which one is that? I'm sorry.
We've got the 9-cent fuel tax. We've got the local option fuel tax, 1 through 6. Okay. We don't have the remaining 5, and then we've got the state shared fuel tax.
So I was just wondering if the state combined costs that fuel taxes that we collect, what would the indexing equal to? I mean,
I have the report. We did a report on that, and I'm happy to send that to you.
I'm just curious relative to what difference it makes for us.
It makes a big difference.
I'd like to see that.
Sure.
So we can share that with at least our legislative delegation.
We
I
can
know
get
we're
that
doing
to
that
you.
anyway.
Yeah, we tried.
Thank you.
Commissioner Flowers and Commissioner Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you were asking the question about why Tallahassee doesn't want to allow us the opportunity to index, and I couldn't remember what was shared when we had our day at the Capitol. So I did text Ginger just to make sure that what I was going to say was correct. Ginger Delagal, the executive director, and she stated that, it's kind of funny, that generally the index is seen as a tax increase, which the current legislature is opposed to. So they don't want to support us to index because of an increase in taxes, but they do it and they reap the benefits. So
and it just forces
it doesn't make sense, yeah. But I knew I thought that was the response from when we asked, when we have our legislative sessions, the State Department, all the state heads come in and they talk to us or whatever, and that was the response. I thought that's what it was, but I couldn't remember, and I wanted to make sure. Still don't make sense.
Oh, are you done, Commissioner Fuller?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I may have briefly missed it, but did we go over the vulnerability assessment Phase 2?
What specifically about it would you like to discuss?
Well, I guess in like the contract services other, I mean, you had a 39% budget increase, pretty significantly. It's $3.2 million line item for contracts.
Can you tell me what page you're on? I need to look at the fund.
It's the general fund, count 5349000.
Speaking to the vulnerability assessment.
And through the chair, while she's looking that up, I'll also direct you to page 33, which shows the revenue side of that, the state grant revenue side coming in. It's sort of right in the middle of the line items there. So there's a grant that's offsetting the majority of that, if not all of it. I don't recall. But there's a revenue side to that expense side.
Yep, exactly what Chris said. It's that project, and it's 100% grant funded, so we have the revenue coming in on the other side.
And same with like the open conveyance maintenance, inlet maintenance, and MS4 studies.
I'm sorry, which page are you on?
I mean, it's the general fund for public works.
I'm sorry.
Contracts, services, other. So I'll get you the exact page here in a second. Page 38, I believe.
38.
Thank you.
So, I mean, historically, it's like $1,000,003, $1,004,000, but, now we're budgeting for, 3.2. So if it's just solely offset by that one with the grant, I mean.
It's offset by the grant. I mean, the grant is 1.2 million total.
Okay. And so, do you know where we are for fiscal year '25 budget for, 23? I mean, because you still have like over $1 million increase from '24 into '25. So even if you removed that, like where you are year to date for that budget?
Commissioner Paul Dean, from '24 to '25, the big drivers were 3 different grants that we had totaling $732,000. So that was money that was also offset by additional revenue. And that was for flood mitigation, is for the beginning of the vulnerability phase 2, which was $327,000 at that time. And then the Pinellas Park vulnerability assessment portion, which was $149,000. So when you look from FY24 actual to the FY25 budget, $732,000 of that, and I can't, of about, I guess that's $900,000. So $732,000 of that was specifically for new activities that were offset by grant funds. The rest of that $200,000, I will say we don't execute 100% on activities like our OCCM, which is our open conveyance contract maintenance system.
Right.
We're not at 100% there. So that's where 700 of that 900,000 change came in '24. Okay. And then the difference from '24 to from '25 to '26 is that $1 million in the additional vulnerability.
Yeah, I guess, it's so many line items, right? It's hard to keep track if there's offsetting grants. I mean, maybe that would be good in the comments section for future years or something, so it's kind of noted, I guess. And then I did have, I guess, another like broader question for, again, the Public Works, the general fund, account 5110001. I mean, it seems like that's grown almost 7% every year since 2022. I mean, are there any metrics behind that growth over 30%?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, what fund?
The executive salaries. 30% growth since 2022. I mean, are there any metrics behind the growth of that 30% since 22? Almost 7% a year.
It's probably a combination of increases in FRS, Um,
Well, it's just executive salaries.
yeah.
Executive salaries is anybody
Yeah,
that's
salaries.
Right, but FRS is a different line item, so it's just the.
It's anybody
Well, no,
who's
personnel
exempt.
services is
Yeah.
all rolled up, so FRS, any cost associated with personnel is rolled up into that.
Okay, I thought
Correct.
since there's retirement.
It's,
Yeah, he's talking about,
I
oh,
was
what,
looking
okay.
in summary, so
Yeah.
you're talking about detailed line?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
First line, first, Public Works, it's grown 30% last 5 years. Are there any metrics behind that growth?
We'll have to look into that and see what drove the change.
Yeah, I mean, because I think, when we're trying to tighten our belts across the line, that could be a good one to tighten or trim. And then professional services, are there any like non-critical consulting, like contracts we can postpone or kind of like discretionary studies that we can look at, like other departments for shared services? Because that's another big growth line item in professional services.
I think that has a lot of our brownfields remediation requirements. So those are not things that we can defer. We're under state obligation to clean up those parcels, and then we have monitoring requirements. Yeah, we've got the old 126th Avenue landfill. We've got the FDEP petroleum remediation project at Bryan Dairy and 66th. We've got the landfill gas monitoring system at Bryan Dairy and 66th. We currently in FY25 have the zero site, but that's actually a different department's property, so we're looking at, how we align these requirements across the various, to the proper departments, because we're not really the managing department for that parcel, but for a period of time, it appears like all remediation projects landed in our budget, so we've been revisiting that, and where does this actually belong?
I'm happy to maybe talk, have a one-on-one meeting and maybe go over
Sure.
some of it per the chair's, discretion, not to get into the weeds and line items today. We have more time, so.
You could do that, Commissioner, but I did want Kelly to kind of outline, because you raise a point, which is efficiency across various departments. They actually do a lot of work for departments, so they take the lead. Maybe you can just give a quick overview of kind of the structure of how you guys operate and some of the things that you do out for the various entities for efficiency.
Yeah, so we provide a lot of maintenance services for the Parks Department. And one of the things we do is we have a dashboard that we share out with the Parks Department, so they know exactly what work we're doing for them and how much it costs. It's a live dashboard. We created it in concert with the Parks Department so that they can budget, so that they can, if they want to, if we see an issue out there that we're taking care of for them, and they want us to delay the expense, we can work through those things. We also do capital. We do the parks' capital work, their engineering studies, their construction oversight. We build their projects. We also provide the same services for solid waste with regard to project management. We do construction and inspection services for the utilities department as well. So we do a lot of maintenance functions across various departments and assisting them with their operations.
Okay, thank you. And just to, reiterate, I know some of the other departments, we've talked about like the subscriptions and memberships, I think that's just something to look at for all departments. If we can trim those down, so for books and publications, so thanks.
Commissioner Sheriff, did you have a question, comment?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I had a couple questions for Chris, some observations on the budget for Public Works itself, and then I wanted to ask something about a specific department that I don't understand. Chris, on the personnel services for Public Works is $45 million. That's what the budget says. But earlier you told me that we charge other funds for personnel services. And so is this 45 million a gross or a net of the services we've charged to our funds? Our penny, our ARPA?
The capital funds.
So that's a gross that you're looking at, but if you, I'll show you the detail. If you go to page 38, you'll see the executive salaries that we were just talking about and the regular salaries and wages right at the top, 5.005 million in executive and 8.303 in regular. So $13.3 million, right?
That's what you
that's
charged.
general. No, that's the total salaries for the general fund in Public Works. Now go about 10 lines down and you'll see 3 negative numbers right below it. You'll see regular salaries and wages contra sent out, and then regular salaries and wages contra again, and a third one that are contra. So those are the charges out to the capital projects. So we're showing you the gross in the top 2 lines, and then we're netting out, sending those expenses out to the capital projects about 10 lines lower where it starts with contra. It's
So that, on this page 38, that's the entire contra charges for
the general
the
fund
whole
of Public
the whole
Works.
department and general.
Yes.
Okay. And so this 45 is gross, but I don't see a net on
So,
the.
yeah, I'm just telling you the general fund piece. So,
Okay.
but on page 38 is where you'll see about 13 million of general fund salaries, and then a couple of lines down you'll see $6 million or so of contrad, of funds moved out to other places, primarily projects.
So it's that negative is accounted for, so you're not appropriating the full amount of what would be budgeted salaries.
Well, we're actually charging them to capital projects.
But you're putting a negative amount on
Yes.
on the total.
So you see the gross
So
at the
you're
top of the
backing that out.
page.
So it is,
Right.
so it's 45 million is a net.
Okay, forgive me. Up in the roll-up, it is a net because that's personnel as a total, so yes, it is.
Total personnel services for this department would be 45 million plus 13 million, is that what you're?
There's probably other contras. I was just looking at the general fund, but yes,
Okay.
you're on the right
So-
track.
So personnel services for Public Works is much larger than 45 million.
Yes, sir.
And
It
it's
is.
being charged to our capital projects.
Capital and perhaps
Right.
other funds as well.
And other
Yes.
funds, other expenses and things like that. And do we have where do we get my idea is we want to make sure we're charging enough to the capital projects. But I have no idea how much we're charging. So anyway, I'd like to get a good feel for that. But the total number of employees is 520, right? So,
Yes.
all right. Kelly, I just I told everybody I was going to hit the same subjects, so I kind of want to hit it. I did notice that and if you could work on these numbers, it would be very helpful, I think, for everybody. Unlike, I went through and I calculated all the overtime pay that we got on your department. It's like 1.5 million. That's a lot of overtime pay on a $45 million. So if we could, I don't know if we need to hire more employees or, what's that? Oh, is that what okay, I didn't know, that's why I was
Say
asking.
we've significantly dropped overtime to the dismay or disheartening of my employees. But one of the things we did last year was, it seemed like we were getting a lot of work coming in on Fridays, and we have a lot of teams that work 410s. They work Monday through Thursday, and they're off Friday through Sunday. And but we were getting a lot of work coming in on Fridays, and it was generating some excess overtime. So we restructured, and so that some of the teams come in and they work Tuesday through Friday. So that cut back significantly on overtime.
And so you're expecting to do that into 26?
Oh, yeah, we changed that. That's a permanent change. The other thing is, with this budget, actually, we talked about changes to the traffic management center that we've already implemented. And that was expected to be about a $90,000 cost savings because when you're working either overtime or premium time, there was an additional $90,000 in pay there that we won't be paying anymore because we've shifted schedules. We're still covering the 2 traffic peaks, AM and PM, but we have those shifts covered now. And we've already implemented that, so those savings are already being achieved.
Okay, so, but going forward, we're going to continue overtime pay rather than additional, I don't,
We're going to continue, we use overtime when we need overtime, and we don't allow it to get abused. I think that's, I will say, there are times when getting a project done on overtime is the right thing to do. It's actually paying employees a little bit more to do that job is more cost-effective than bringing in more staff. It's more cost-effective than bringing in a contractor. And, they do appreciate it. They do appreciate the extra opportunity to work when it's needed, and I like to give that to them when I can.
okay. And then training and education, we're at $500,000. I don't know what we're training for, but if you could look at that. Travel and per diems, travel or over $300,000 on travel. And then we got a lot of memberships as well. So
Yep.
If you could look
If
at
Kelly
those.
could, I think this is going to come up in every department, so while we have Kelly here, let her speak to what they do with those funds. 'Cause
So,
I think that'll be.
yeah.
Yeah, I just want to know. These
that'll
are
put
numbers that
details
stick out in my
around
head.
that question.
Yep,
So.
but to your point, we're going to take a deep dive into our memberships, but I can tell you generally, the memberships that we have are the American Public Works Association, the Florida Stormwater Association, the Florida Engineering Society, IMSA, which is the traffic signal group. They're all technical memberships that the team members, but we're going to look at it and see if there's any opportunity for consolidation. It was brought up, and I took note of it already. As far as the education and training and travel, it comes out to about $500 per employee for training, certifications, those types of professional opportunities, and about $350 per person for travel expenses. Now, is that every employee every year? No. Let's just say a new employee comes in, they're maintenance 1. They're making $18 an hour, and they require a CDL license. That CDL license approaches $1,300. We pay for that. All right, so then there's maintenance of that CDL. They're required to have maintenance of traffic training. They're out there flagging. They're keeping the workers safe. That has a cost to it. It has to be renewed every 2 years. We have construction engineering inspectors that have to have certifications in materials testing, in compaction, in water and sewer when they're inspecting their connections, various aspects of their job. Our engineering licenses, surveying licenses. So our traffic signal technicians also have a variety of certifications they're required to have to maintain the equipment. And we have agreements with the DOT that we have to have qualified staff to maintain their infrastructure. So yes, it is an investment. If you look back at our cost savings from fiscal year 24 and 25, you will see that I cut the training and travel budget $72,000, not because I didn't think we needed it, but things are changing. We see some trainings that have moved and offer an online version, and so we're like, if that's occurring and it's a good product, then we're going to shift over to that. We make sure that when staff go to conferences, I'm going to a conference tomorrow. I'm carpooling with 3 other people. We're driving in a county vehicle, so we're not going to get mileage reimbursement. We're sharing. It's keeping the cost down. So we really do look hard at this and have made significant reductions in the last couple of years, and we made another reduction in this budget to reduce that down an additional amount. We want our employees to grow. A lot of these requirements are part of their career paths and their career ladders. And so they can't achieve those next steps in their career if we don't give them that opportunity. But I do hear you. This is taxpayer dollars. I want it to be used appropriately. I want staff to have those growth opportunities. I want them to achieve their goals because they're the ones doing all this hard work out there. But I'm also very conscious that we don't abuse that privilege.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And then I had one more question on this. Public Works, I'm sorry, air quality. There's a reason there's 3 different funds and is it all one department? Air quality, air tag?
Yes.
Because it's in 3 different places in the report, and it was confusing to me why we had 3.
Belinda, would you like to take that? Or
Well, there were different, I get it, there's different funds and all that, but they weren't all bunched together. They're all on different pages, but.
I'm sorry.
The long and the short is, there's $4 million in air quality costs and programs, and I really don't know much about our air quality program, so I thought maybe you'd explain it to me, because I don't know what it is.
Okay. Sure. Well, first, let me a little bit. It's 100% grant funded.
Okay.
So you can feel better there.
I do.
And we receive grants from both the state as well as the federal government. We have an air quality monitoring network. And again, we have an air index. It's on our website, so you can see exactly where those air monitoring stations are. And we monitor for the same air parameters that the state does. So it's a unified network across the entire state. Actually, it goes beyond the state, but we have a unified air network. So we have the monitoring component of it. We have the BioWatch program, which I can't talk about. I can talk to you about. Commissioner, I'm laughing because Commissioner Scott one time asked me if he could ask me about it, and I said no. And he said, "Would you have to kill me?" And I said, "Maybe." So,
Okay.
but I can talk to you about that one offline.
All right.
And we also have the. We do the monitoring of the facilities for the state. So we're talking about like Duke Energy, those folks that have the big stacks, they have the permits. So we do, DEP issues those permits, and we do the compliance for the state and make sure they're operating the way they're supposed to. And we also have the asbestos program. So when folks are performing demolition activities and things like that, we're making sure that those things are being done in order to protect the workers from contaminated materials that might affect their health.
Now, I've seen the mobile trucks in different locations around town, so I started my interest. What is this? I don't know. So you can tell me later.
Okay.
So Commissioner, just to add a little.
What's that? Yeah. Right.
Commissioner, just to add a little clarification. So the air quality program is split under multiple funds and centers. So that's why you see it in multiple different places. You're welcome.
The reason for that is the grant requirements. The grants require it to be split 6 different ways. So I got to dig into that this past year as well. And yeah, the state requires it this way.
Well, it's not really a question, I guess, just to kind of piggyback off of what, Commissioner Scheer was reiterating, and, I totally, agree with looking at all those line items that need to be reined in. It's, I think more of like a philosophical or policy decision, for the board and, to, direct the administrators, if you have, like in Public Works personnel, a 5%, 5.8, almost a 6% average annual growth in personnel, I mean, that's, a pretty good, pay increase. Is it reasonable to say, hey, we're going to provide training, uniforms, shoes, cell phone stipends, I mean, generous, PTO, benefits, all these other things, and yet still give, because, a 5%, 6% growth, I mean, is much higher than, cost of living and step increases, which would be probably between 2 to 3%. Cost of living and step increases, but yet Public Works is almost 6% a year from 22 to 26. So I think it's, just something for the board to consider is, as Commissioner Scheer, we're giving all these other things, but yet we have almost a 6% average annual growth in personnel service.
Well, Commissioners, if I can, let us answer the question, okay, before we assume the outcome, all right? Because that was how it was posed earlier, is what is causing this growth. So let's get an answer to that, because as you can just see, the things that we're spending on our employees are absolute investments. And so it's not extravagance. And just because a line item says books, publications, subscriptions, we think we're cutting out a bunch of magazines. You asked that on general government before. What we're spending is $101,000 a year for FAC, okay? $375,000 a year for the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. Okay, NACO's $19,000 a year. Alliance Renovation, $12,000, $10,000 for the Golf Consortium. And a publication, Lobby Tools, is how we track legislation and report back on that. That's what goes in to the $500,000. So it's very simple and very direct.
The Tampa Bay Planning Regional?
Regional
Says that
Planning
the-
Council?
The consortium of the 3 different MPOs?
That's correct. Well, no. There's a 6 or 8 counties. Yeah, so the
All right, but it's
Tampa Bay
different from
Regional
full
Planning
panels.
Council is, everybody
I'm
has
sorry,
seats
Mr.
on
Chair.
that, and so you can look into that, but that's our membership cost of belonging to that. So there's more things that go into that line item rather than magazine.
Oh, I figured. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, I just got the staff research
Okay.
that. And so these are the types of things, as you're asking these questions, we'll report back and we'll send it out to everybody to where we can get you the details of the questions that you're asking in these meetings that we don't have readily available when you ask it.
Everybody's looking for answers.
Just a quick question, Barry. Is it possible that the rise in salaries, while you're still going to look at it, is it possible that it could come from unfunded mandates from Tallahassee results in a rise in our FRS and other things?
It absolutely could. I don't know the answer. The commissioner, I thought it was everything rolled up. He was actually looking at the line item, and that was separate. So that's the reason I need to look into it before I provide a response. I don't know the answer. I can tell you our salaries have not went up by 5 and 6%. What I will also tell you, though, as this commission knows, is we put things in place to where we could compete, and when, a few years ago, we didn't have career ladders to where an employee coming in, and we did bring our minimum salaries up to $18 an hour. But guess what? If that person getting a CDL, if I'm paying them $18 an hour, some other bus company is going to steal them in no time because they're going to pay them 20. In fact, they put a billboard outside of our public works.
Why are you pointing at me?
I don't know. I was pointing at Commissioner Zeggers, but they were putting billboards outside of Public Works saying, "Come work for us," and why did they do that? Okay, I know why they did that, right? And so we
know how to dismantle that.
We needed to invest in our employees, and so we did take steps to that. So it could be a combination of those, but we have career ladders now. But this is not you breathe and you get to go to a higher level. It's certifications, it's performance, it's everything that goes in that our employees work towards. So we need to provide the training. That's one of the things I hear from our employees is, you put in the career ladders. Now I need to have the opportunity to be able to meet those milestones in the training to be able to achieve that nice next higher level of pay, which absolutely they're entitled to. We need to give them those opportunities. So they all go in concert with each other. But that's been about a 4 or 5 year work in progress that we're actually making some strides in. It may be part of that, but I'll get you a better answer, with time here.
We've got to make the right investments in our employees. I mean, we've done the same thing at my company as well. And, the amount of, we've invested in training, with engine certifications, and the amount of things that we can do in-house now that we couldn't do before, and saves downtime and money. And it's just, if you make the right investments in people, it pays off.
And frankly, just for a plug for our employees care, and that showed, as you just said, during the storms. When they were out there, it was personal. And so rather than having a contractor, having our employees that have a vested interest makes a world of difference, and our employees do a great job.
And a lot of public works work is hot, sweaty, dirty work.
Yeah.
Especially right now. It is brutal out there, and they're very hardworking. And I do just want to thank you for approving that $18 an hour minimum when you did. I can't tell you, especially for the entry level employees, we weren't able to recruit. We were down at $12 an hour. We could not recruit. We would put out recruitments for the entry-level labor positions and get nothing. Now, when we recruit for those entry-level labor positions, we're getting people right in the door. So, I mean, it's really made a huge difference.
Just real quick, I'm glad you said that, Bear. That's why I was raising my hand, because during COVID, you know, we had those ARPA dollars, so those were one-time $600 increases into individual salaries, so that brought them up a level. And then we were losing individuals to other organizations, so you all took a look at the salary structure, and you made adjustments there, which I'm not saying that everyone here agrees for what we did back then, but that's what we did, and that's how we were able to maintain some of those things. The other thing I'll say is, I'm glad that we did that, because you could go to McDonald's and get $15 an hour. So if you're working a hard job for 12, you know, I go work 8 hours. I'm not going, but somebody's going to McDonald's to work. But I just wanted to share something that I was provided the other day that really, and I'll share this with you all. The area median income. So before, we would look at someone earning between $75,000 and $80,000, right, as a pretty good salary. $75,120 is now considered to be low income. A part of that, yeah. Extremely low is $28,170, so that's around the $12 an hour. Very low is $56,300 and change. We have people that work for DCF and that start in at some police departments that don't even earn that. The low income is $75,000. Median income is $93,900. So the only reason, and then I'll just say moderate income is $112,680. So the only reason I'm sharing that is because I'm not against looking at salary adjustments and things of that nature. But I do know when we are often trying to help people out in the community because they are homeless, they're working 80 hours every 2 weeks and they're still homeless. This is why. Would we want to put that on our own employees? That's all I'm saying. So it's, you know.
We have employees that live many counties north and come in at 4 o'clock in the morning to avoid the traffic, and they sleep in their vehicles before their shift starts.
Yeah, I know folks that have moved to Apollo, they moved to Riverview, they've moved to Pasco County, and now they're probably gonna move to Hernando County because of that. But anyway, this is as of 2025, as of this month, so these are recent numbers. And I just shared that because it is very expensive to live, but to see that 75,000 is considered low income, that's, you know, so I'm supporting making sure that we pay individuals for the job that they're doing is what I'm trying to say.
And to make sure we have the people here to deliver the services that our residents want or need.
I'd like to retitle the executive salaries because that is a misnomer. That is not $100,000 employees. That's our exempt employees, and that could be a $50,000, $60,000 manager. Anybody that is not hourly. Okay, so they're a salaried employee. Okay, people in my office, our administrative assistants, are exempt. Okay.
And during certain times, depending on that exempt employee and what's going on, they actually, if you look at what they earn annually, when they are exempt, they actually earn less per hour, really. I'm sorry, that's the HR part.
All right. Do we have any other questions or comments for Kelly? All right. Thank you very much.
Good job, Kelly.
Appreciate it. And so now we're going to be moving on to housing and community development and the Lellman CRA. And as we're getting ready on that, I just wanted to point out that we've had some students that have joined us for our budget deliberations that I believe are from USF YMCA Civic Fellows, right? High school students? All right. Well, welcome. Thank you for coming.
Nice to have you.
We'll try not to bore you too much with budget numbers. Well, this year was what, about 4.3 billion for fiscal year 25, and now we're talking fiscal year 26, which is a little north of that. So. Yeah. Public Works, we just need some. Right. All right, see you there.
So, Commissioners, we have Catherine Bleakley here. She is an exempt employee. She is a budget analyst. This is her first time presenting. She is the budget analyst for Housing and Community Development. We have Glenn Bailey and Bruce Bussey from Housing and Community Development after that, and Carrie Vizendu back in the back over there. She also helps get the budget together. And then finally, before I miss the chance, Kalizia Raymond is back here. She's the one that's been running the PDF up on the screen. So Kalizia, please wave. Thank you. She is our newest ICMA fellow here at Pinellas County and getting a great education just scrolling through the pages. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Catherine. You're up.
Awesome. Thank you, Chair Scott and Commissioners, for your time today. Beginning on page 1, the department's purpose discusses the objectives and initiatives. Progressing down page 1, the fund overview is indicated below. The FY26 budget is $51.1 million. The department consists of 4 funds. The general fund, whose FY26 budget is $1.8 million. Turning to page 2, the community development grant fund, whose FY26 budget is $26.3 million. The State Housing Initiatives Partnership Program, or SHIP fund, whose FY26 budget is $19.6 million. At the bottom of page 2, the Community Housing Trust, whose FY26 budget is $3 million. The department's FTE total remains flat at 25, with 11 in the general fund and 14 in the Community Development Grant Fund. Beginning on page 3, within the general fund, the FY26 reductions of about $65,000 in areas such as professional services, subscriptions, and memberships provided a net zero impact to the budget. Looking at FY25, reductions of just under $127,000 in areas such as professional services, travel and per diem, training, and subscriptions and memberships created an overall budget decrease. Progressing down page 3, budget drivers. The general fund, which is the planning division, remains flat at $1.8 million. Reductions to areas such as professional services, as well as subscriptions and memberships allowed again for that net zero impact to the budget. The community development grant decreases $1.9 million, and that is due to a reduction in carryover funds from the prior year. The SHIP fund decreases $2.3 million, and that also is due to carryover funds from the prior year. Community Housing Trust increases $87,000, which is due to program income.
One quick question.
As long as you got to the state funding, do we know what's in the state budget for Ship and Shell? I mean, the budget's kind of out. We kind of are hearing numbers now. So I know the governor can veto and do stuff, but do we have a general idea? Do they continue with Ship?
In terms of a general idea, we anticipate level staying pretty flat. They did have a proposal that would expand the SHIP allocations to some smaller communities that could have a little bit of a reduction on the county SHIP allocation, but probably in just the $150,000 to $300,000 range. So we're anticipating a pretty similar budget this year from last year.
Okay. I'm surprised, but thank you.
At the bottom of page 3, revenues decrease $1.1 million, and that is primarily due to Community Development Grant Fund, which decreases approximately $997,000, and revenues in the SHIP Fund, which decrease approximately $190,000. And that is primarily, especially in the CDBG fund, the CD fund, that is primarily due to the CARES Act, which was a one-time funding with drawdowns. And then the SHIP fund, it is primarily due to interest and reductions in payoffs, which are associated with the mortgage loans. Personnel services increases $44,000. That is due to career paths and ladders, position reclassifications, and FRS, which we've talked about several times today. At the beginning of page 4, operating expenses decrease approximately $79,000, and that again is due to the planning section reductions in their professional services, as well as in some of their other areas that we've decreased to align with actuals, like their postage, their printing, and some of their subscriptions and memberships. The Community Development Grant Fund increases $66,000, and that is to align some areas that needed historical changes. So we had areas like legal advertising and our cost plans that we needed to adjust in order to accommodate some of those increases. There are no decision packages associated with the department for FY26, and there are no changes to the user fees in proposed FY26. The CIP report will be presented on the June 11th meeting, and now I'll turn it over to the department.
Thank you, Catherine. Some of our fiscal year 25 accomplishments included implemented and administered the Hurricane Home Repair Program. We prepared the local mitigation strategy plan 5-year update, which was approved by the board back in April. Administered the Affordable Housing Development Program. We had discussions on that, good discussion on that last month in a work session. And we are finalizing the update to the Economic Impacts of Poverty report. And in our work plan, we have Housing Action Plan marketing. So we're working with the Communications Department with educational materials and updates on our housing programs. So, for example, we have the Homes for Pinellas website people can look at that goes over our projects and things like that for educational purposes and just updating the public. We have the Lellman Affordable Housing Development RFN. This is the Lellman Heights, where we have Habitat for Humanity is going in process of building 31 or getting approval for 31 single-family homes, detached homes, and 26 townhomes in the Lellman Heights community. So that's moving well right now. And we have to prepare a 5-year consolidated plan, which is required by statutory, which is required by HUD. You'll see that soon in an upcoming agenda. We have to submit that to HUD by August deadline. And we also talked about this last month in our work session. We're updating the Affordable Housing Development Code and Manual to make it more effective and flexible for development purposes. As far as performance measures, these are all on the housing side. We have the affordable and workforce housing units produced through county housing programs. You see an increase anticipated between fiscal year 25 and 26. It's because developments are now coming online and they're counted basically when they're move-in ready. And we're also including the penny Pinellas housing numbers in that at this time. The others are low-income cost burden households. Our objective is to reduce that. It's based a lot on census data. Bruce can explain that more if you need that, more information on that. And the private investment leverage for affordable housing is the private sector component of that staying steady at 40%. That's our goal for fiscal year 26. So with that, all right.
Glenn, so for fiscal year 26, so there's the goal of 550 new affordable units? That's the...
Yeah, that's correct. Sort of the art and science of the performance measures when it comes to the housing is a little bit unique because we looked at our various programs. And so with our entitlement grant programs, we provide down payment assistance, home repair programs, we're counting those units. And traditionally, we just kind of looked at those. But now with the penny program coming on board, we want to make sure that we're counting those as well. And so we're seeing an uptick in the numbers because of that program. And it's always kind of hard to decide when you count that unit. There's multiple stages. When the board approves funding for a project is one stage. Right. When the project closes, construction. And so traditionally, we don't count a unit until it's constructed, occupied, and monitored. And so that's why those numbers are kind of lagging behind the timing of when we look at how many units have been funded, that's a much bigger number than each year units that are coming online, leased up, monitored.
So these units have already been approved and funded. They're going to be built. They're going to be occupied in 26?
The actual and the budgeted, but the 26 number is a target that we're estimating.
So I'm hearing from the private sector that our apartment inventory is easing up. And that, not that prices are coming down, I don't know if rents are coming down. Have we seen a decrease in rents because inventory is increasing? I mean, I'm feeling like something's happening, almost like the bubble's going to burst again. And yet I'm talking to people in the private sector that own a lot of apartments, and they're having a hard time getting people to rent.
Right.
So they're vacant.
But they
there's-
probably haven't reduced their rent
No,
yet.
they have reduced their
Oh,
rent. And that's
really?
why I'm saying, I was challenged saying, don't you believe anyone that tells you we don't have vacancies? Because there's a ton of vacancies and they are lowering the prices. So, and he's lowering the prices and he's still not getting them in. So I don't know what's going on, but I've not heard it from one person, I've heard it from several. And so I'm just curious, we're going to keep pushing on affordable housing, and, some of them, when you build them, you're almost at market rate because the rates were so high. But if the rates are coming down, if the inventories are increasing, are you hearing any of that? I'm just getting hearsay right now, but, from a couple owners. But it's been more than one, which makes me go, I got to think about it now. If it was one person, maybe, but it's been like 3.
We're hearing some of that. I certainly don't have an updated study to point to the data, but in terms of talking to people and kind of to your point in terms of where the market's at. And that's why, when we're looking at apartments, we're really focusing on that 80% AMI, that 60%, and that 50%. So when we go out and we're monitoring the projects that we funded, those units are getting leased up really fast. But to your point about where market is and 120% AMI, I think depending on that apartment location, those are now pretty close. I talked to somebody the other day where she was looking for an apartment and that affordable 120 rent was really close to that market. And we've known that, and it's definitely a market situation. But so yeah, we have seen some rents drop, maybe $100 a month in that sort of range. So we are kind of seeing a little bit of a stabilization. What that looks like in another year or two is kind of hard to anticipate, but we certainly haven't seen vacancy rate increase at our affordable projects that are focused on that 80, 60% A income.
And I guess that question I should have asked Mike was about the housing, because it seems like that is starting to stabilize and come down as well. And, who knows? Who knows? But I don't know, when we got that report back, I'm feeling, I've been saying 2008 a couple times.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to get that feeling like there just might be something there that.
I think you're going to see that play out over the next year or so. I mean, you still have people that are putting stuff on the market and wanting what they wanted they were getting a couple of years ago, and it's taken them. That's the reason it's sitting there, because they haven't given up on that one buyer, yet.
Yeah.
But I think that's going to occur with time, and that's going to then help drive some of where this is going.
Yeah.
But he said on the condo side it was much more soft than it was on the housing side.
Yeah, I mean, I'm noticing on the housing side, not huge. The prices aren't coming down much, but they're certainly not rising like they were. So.
The stuff's still moving. I mean, it's sitting on longer, but it's still moving. And,
Yeah.
And just for, my wife's situation is they're seeing stuff that's been renovated. The stuff that hasn't been renovated, people have choices.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I haven't gotten the calls, but I've seen when I drive down 54th in St. Pete, where Lynn Lake Arms and all of those apartments, they have signs out there now, $900. Wow. It's been a long time since I've seen. Wow. So I was headed that way, and it was $900, and then they were waiving some move-in fees and stuff like that. So
yeah, it's happening. It's happening, and so I think I think it's something we need to pay really close attention to before we invest a whole lot. If we get too much inventory, then and I just don't know how much inventory is going to come up, and is that going to bring the people from Pasco back down here or whatever? But I feel like we're getting on the verge of that, and it is. I mean, I've heard it from several people that the inventory is available. There's plenty of inventory available, and the prices are definitely coming down.
So that would speak to the point of the for the workforce housing, the 120% versus when we have projects that are coming before you, whether we want to make an investment in those versus the 80%.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's a good thing we've already spent 83% of our penny funds, right?
Yeah, so.
All right. Anything else? Okay. Are you guys done, or you got more?
Any questions for them on the planning side?
Okay. Guess we're
Community
done.
development.
All right, move to the CRA.
All right.
So we'll ask Amy Davis to come up to the table. Catherine is the budget analyst for the CRA as well, and honestly, all the CRAs. So she keeps an eye on them all for the Office of Management and Budget. And Amy's in place. So Catherine, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Amy.
The department's, I got you. The department's objectives and initiatives. Progressing down page 1, the fund overview indicated below. The department consists of one fund. Turning to page 2, the Lealman Community Development Agency Trust Fund, whose FY26 budget is $15.2 million. For cost efficiency measures in the middle of page 2, due to the nature of the fund, appropriated funds and services are required for all projects, and that is a Florida state statute. Progressing down page 2 to budget drivers, the overall budget has increased $2.5 million. The primary increase is due to some areas that we'll discuss in operating specifically. When you look at the fund at an overview, you're looking at revenues decreasing at about $112,000, and that's primarily due to interest that has fluctuated. It also is due to a grant agreement that the county had served as a pass-through, and we are no longer serving as that pass-through, so you will see the adjustment in revenues due to that. Ad valorem has been calculated at 4%, which is consistent with the general fund assumption. Personnel services are decreasing about $5,500, and that is just due to position reclassifications. The FTE count remains at a flat 3. Operating expenses, as alluded to previously, are increasing about $900,000. And that is primarily due to expenses associated with consultant services. And that will be targeted at supporting functions such as the CRA's annual reporting and policy creation. It will also be for a plan update, some economic impact statements, economic development strategies, and design and construction services for alleyway connectivity projects. Beginning at page 3, capital outlay increases $10.7 million. This is primarily due to the realignment of funds. So as discussed previously, funds that you have at the end of each year need to be allocated to projects. This is what that is doing. $8.3 million will be allocated to Joe's Creek Master Plan infrastructure, and about $2 million will be to future land use acquisition. And those, again, are areas where we've taken those residual funds and placed them into projects that are going to be planned for. There are no decision packages, and the department does not have any user fees. The CIP projects will be discussed on the June 11th CIP budget information session, and I'll go ahead and turn it over to Amy.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here to talk about the Lealman CRA. I think that we've gotten a lot of things kicked off this past year, so I'm excited to share that with you. This is currently our 9th year of the CRA. So we have a 30-year CRA. This is the 9th year. We did review the budget priorities as well as the budget, the work plan that I'm going to be reviewing with you all with the CRA Citizen Advisory Committee on February 26th and March 26th, and they largely support the work plan as well as the priorities. And I'm going to go over the accomplishments, but I did just want to add before I go through the accomplishments on the form here that we just finished our 9th mural, so I didn't include that as one of our accomplishments. But that just is wrapping up in the last day or two. So we're kind of excited to have 9 murals now in Leomin. And then we're in the process of doing 3 utility box wraps. So that's happening as we speak. But starting at the first accomplishment, we do have the Home Improvement Program, which is a developer incentive program. Habitat is the entity that we have the contract with. And from the time that we've started the contract, so it's just completing 3 years, we've built 35 homes on that contract. And that's for a total of approximately $12 million to the tax base of affordable ownership housing. The other accomplishment is the Joes Creek Master Plan project. We're nearing the end of that. You'll be hearing at a work session soon about the proposed master plan. And then we did a recent contract amendment to add heavier infrastructure components to that plan to assess the different infrastructure components in the Joes Creek Industrial Park area. So that will be coming soon. The Leomin Exchange, we continue to implement that strategic plan, and we're happy to say that it's nearly 100% occupied. Our last 2 tenants that joined the group has been the Wounded Warriors Ability Ranch and the Family Center on Deafness, our two newest tenants. This past year, we also were able to offer swim lessons and lifeguard training, as well as there was a farmer's market started once a month this past October. We also have an alleyway program. The alleyway program clears alleyways throughout Leomin. We have 176 alleyways, and that does a couple things. It opens up connectivity among the, within the community, but it also is a public safety aspect because a lot of the alleyways were really overgrown, and so this kind of makes them clear of sight. And we have cleared with our new contractor, who we've been on board now with about 14, 15 months, 36 alleyways. So our goal was 2 a month, so we're hitting that target. And then lastly, we have our residential and commercial grant programs. We got them on an online platform as of January, and we also just reviewed our residential program, and we updated that to incorporate a match. We're currently in the progress of, with our CRA committee, reviewing our commercial program as well, just for updates and to keep it fresh and competitive. And then going to the work plan, and I reviewed this with you last year, this seems to be the easiest way to communicate projects going on in the CRA while giving the detail of the budget numbers and whatnot and how it ties to the CRA plan. And so this work plan, the red font are changes so that it kind of jumps out at you. I'm not going to go over the minor changes, but just starting from the top, item number 4 is the home investment program, and that's the contract with Habitat for the developer incentive to build affordable housing. And we just started as of June 20th, the remainder of their contract, which is an extension of 24 months. And so there's a fresh $1 million that goes with that 24-month extension of that contract. So that is indicated there. And then at number 12, that project is the Leomin Park enhancements, and it's phase 3. So we've been slowly making improvements to this park. It's right off 54th, and it's a very visible and important park to the community. And this is yet another improvement that we hope to be kind of a signature improvement. It was a request that was for a gazebo originally from the district services, and through a conversation with the CRA committee, we have an identified group of people that are going to work together. It's the Leomin District Services, it's our Citizen Advisory Committee, and our Parks Department, as well as our CRA staff. And together, we're really going to hammer out what's the best thing for that park, and challenge the notion that we could probably do better than a gazebo. And we want something that's going to be really special. And so that group of people is going to work with a consultant to design something, and then that will be built in that park. So that's what that item is, and I know that kind of came up last year, and so we have a plan now for it. To design it this year and then construct it would be next year. And then we have land acquisition Last year, we had 500,000 in that is designated for land acquisition, and I want to bump that up to 2 million. That will kind of be a placeholder. I don't anticipate it always being needed to replenish, and I also don't anticipate us just buying property for no reason. I want it to be very intentional and very strategic, and we are working on finalizing a land acquisition policy to bring forward to you, so it kind of identifies the strategy. The committee's already reviewed it, and I'm in the process of having internal departments review that. Under, I think it's number 17, I'm trying to squint and not use my glasses. So number 17, that's the beginning of our new item. And so the first new item is this is where the budget really shifted this year. We had kind of a placeholder for the revenues that have been really starting to grow the last few years in the CRA. And we didn't have an identified project. We had a listing there for future identified projects. Well, this is that identified project. It's really putting a heavy hit towards infrastructure in the Joes Creek area that we know needs it. And so a lot of that fund balance that has built up, this is the identified project that we're putting it to. And so that's $8.3 million. And then the other new project is the CRA plan update. It's best practice to have your plan updated every 5 to 7 years. We haven't had a major update, and so I'd like to go ahead and do that next year. It's a heavy lift for any staff to do, so this is why we would contract it out with professionals that have expertise in CRAs across the state, and it also has a big public engagement component to it. The other new project is the Linking Leomans project. This would be talked about at the CIP, but it's a CIP project. Essentially, it's a plan that was adopted in 2019 and talks about all of the opportunities that you can link the community. One of the best things that I've seen transform our residential areas is sidewalks. Between paving, sidewalks, and street trees, it does wonders for a neighborhood. And so this is really committing to closing as many gaps and committing to intentional connection between our parks, our schools, and so forth with sidewalks. So kind of tackling the sidewalk portion of the Linking Leoman. And so it's $1 million of the CIP project, as well as the alleyway multimodal improvement plan. This was a project that was brought up by the committee. It was an alleyway that we've identified a few years back that would be a perfect kind of pilot to see if we can create an improved alleyway. We could have art, we could have lighting, we could do some really cool things and really make it a welcoming place for kids to walk from school, to and from school, almost a place that you can repeatedly use like a linear park almost. And so we want to explore this and do a pilot project. And so I got some estimated numbers, $350,000. It would include the design and the construction. And so that's a pilot project that we have as a new project as well. The other pilot project is an ADU, accessory dwelling unit grant. $100,000 set aside. We have started initial conversations with the CRA committee. They are very excited about this particular pilot project and to design a program that would be easy to manage, but provide an incentive for the construction of ADUs for a homesteaded resident in the residential areas. And so kind of starting it as a pilot project first to see if it really has legs, and we can kind of decide how this next year goes with this. So we're looking at St. Pete's program as well as Largo has a small program, and trying to come up with a program that we think we can manage with our CRA staff. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Nowicki?
Thank you, Chair. Hey, Ms. Davis, thank you for the presentation. For the alleyways, the CRA is budgeting like $490,000 between the alleyway maintenance and the new alleyway program. Would that be generally right, I guess? Maybe?
Yeah, they're two different programs. We have the cyclical alleyway program and then the clearing of the alleyways. And so that's the first project on the work plan, that's $140,000. And then that new project that was identified, and that would be a pilot project for that multimodal alleyway improvement. There's $350,000 budgeted for that.
Okay, yeah, because I guess I just kind of get concerned in professional services about halfway down, Fund 1087. It talks a lot about consultants, policies, plans, economic statements, strategies, consultant services, and that's, over $1 million with, a 275% budget increase, but which, the alleyway is baked into there. Just the new alleyway program of 350, if I think I'm correct. So I mean, that's like $700,000 increases just for consultants to create policies and plans.
Yes, so I don't want to increase staff, and these are one-time projects mostly. So I am asking for resources in the professional services area this year. We have the CRA plan, that's roughly $200,000. We have the multimodal alleyway program that's going to be designed. I don't know how much of that's going to be needed for construction services yet, and then once that's designed, that will move to capital. So that's $350,000. We have $50,000 of a contract that I would like to get with a consultant, should we have any staff turnover, or I think we could do a lot better job with our annual report, creating some policies. We don't have a lot of policies developed for our CRA, and those are things that I'd rather contract out because they're one-time assignments as opposed to recurring work. And then we have impact statements. The land acquisition policy will require a small impact statement to be done before we purchase. It has to make sense. And I don't know how much it's going to be, and I don't know what the frequency is. So that is a kind of a bucket of professional services money. And then lastly, an economic development strategy. I'd really like to have bring somebody in, really tackle an economic development strategy that is intentional to the area. I feel like our plan right now is a little bit shotgun, and it doesn't have a really defined economic development plan to it. So I'd like to get that developed, and then that wrapped into the updated CRA plan. So yes, there is an increase, a quite big increase in professional services, and that's really, there's probably two main things that happened with this budget when I was working on it to propose to you all. The professional services is built up to handle a lot of this work I want to do. And then the shift of having the built-up fund balance be intentionally put towards a project. So that went from a holding account to capital. And those are two big shifts in this overall fund. But they're very intentional, and I think they will go a long way towards really getting the CRA on a fine point of direction.
Yeah, to me, it just seems like a lot for, consultants and policy creation. And I mean, there's tons of CRAs around the county. I'm sure some of the ICMA folks and some of the other cities would be happy to help out. I think that's what, so to me, it just seems a little high for consultants and policy creation, $700,000+. When I think the core mission, of the CRA is to help residents, and to me, that seems like a nice to have. New policy is not a must-have. And then there was one other thing. I'll have to find it and get back, and I'll see if anybody else has any questions in the meantime. Thank you.
Commissioner Sherk?
No, thank you, Chair. I enjoyed visiting with you. Yep, I like the work that you're doing out there in Leelman. I think it's great. I did notice that number that Commissioner Nowicki was talking about, and I thought it was a lot. But you got to have a plan. So maybe if you figure out which one of those consulting fees is the most important to you. I don't know if you need them all. But anyway.
And Commissioners, I'll let Amy defend, the individual items in there because, she's working that every day. But I'll tell you on the economic development side, over the years that I've been here, they come in, they say, let's buy this lot and put a grocery store there. That's not an economic development strategy. And 99% of the grocery stores that just plop down, they fail. Okay? Otherwise, if it was market driven, it'd already be there. We really do have to have a focus if they're going to purchase property. I mean, they've come to me over the years and said, want to do this, and I'm like, time out, where are we going with this? And we don't know. We just know we want to do something different. We want to change the community. So I do think that there's some strategy in bringing in some expertise to really help with making a Lowman plan fit Lowman, and understanding the demographics, understanding the economics that drive economic development strategies and investment strategies. I think we need that. And we need something different than what we've done to date. I'll let her talk about the rest, but that's just my perspective, because I get those requests over and over again, and I don't want to buy a piece of land unless I know what we're going to do with it, and it's going to actually make a difference long-term in the community.
Commissioner Lavalla?
To Commissioner Nowicki and Chair's point, is there a way maybe to look at this to figure out, are there things that could be pushed off to next year, given that this year is different than last year? And, if it is a long-term, plan, maybe, some of this could be pushed off to future years. Especially since we're going to be looking at 17 million plus that we're going to need to, cut immediately. And that's just a thought. I know Lealman is certainly important, and I don't want to dismiss that, but if there are things in that professional services / consultant category, that we could look at and scrutinize and maybe push off to future budget years.
So, Commissioner, the answer is yes, okay, but I also remind that this is a CRA, so that 17 million isn't impacted one way or another. So this is self-supporting fund. So I actually think that Amy's eyes are bigger than what she's going to be able to deliver on. But the only thing that's going to do is put that money back to fund balance on what they aren't able to accomplish. It'll just go into her fund balance for the CRA. So they've put on a lot. The advisory committee also, we've all had and heard comments about this. Engaging the advisory committee and really getting their feedback is important. These are some of the things that they've outlined as needs in the community, and she's been working with them. I don't know how much of this they're going to get accomplished, and we can certainly parse it out differently. But again, it goes back to the fund balance, and you're going to see these plans, when they come in and they want to actually enter into some of these larger contracts and stuff. But there's a lot there that they're wanting to take on.
Right. No, not at all. No,
it's all CRA dollars.
All the money has to be spent in that.
And if it's not spent, it just comes into the to the reserve.
Right.
To the fund balance.
Yep.
This is, I guess, a policy question. Maybe does the CRA have a look back period? It's been 9 years. Usually like a 10-year look back where we could diminish the CRA if we think
when we
it's
look at the CRA, is that on a what's that cycle on? 15 years. So I guess 6 more years you're going to review it.
Yeah, in 31.
Okay. Thank you.
So a couple comments, Amy. This is like the most robust Lowman CRA work plan I think I've ever seen. so good for you. You're thinking like really big picture. So I think it's great. On the if I heard you right, you're still putting the parameters around what the ADU grant program might be. So you haven't figured out if that's like $10,000 grants or know how that money is going to shake out. Yeah.
Yeah, so the last CRA committee meeting, we just had our first initial conversation about it. St. Pete does have a grant, and also Largo has a small grant. So we're using those as kind of our guideposts, but really talking it out as to what makes sense, what will really move the needle and maybe make somebody actually build an ADU. Because not only does it provide, an additional housing component, but it also provides potential revenue for a homeowner. And then it also seems like there's more multi-generational living as well. So there's a lot of little components that we talked about as a group. But it was a really good conversation. I think they're looking forward to subsequent conversations about it.
Right. Okay, good. And then is there anything going on of note or notable with the Dream Center these days? I had a meeting a few months ago with the interim CEO, but it's kind of gone quiet since then. So is there anything going on there that of interest or note?
Not directly with the CRA.
Okay.
But they're a partner in the community still. When we find residents or properties that need assistance with cleanup, I try to pass that along to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions? Thanks, Amy.
Thank you.
All right, appreciate it.
That concludes
Well, that concludes day one.
the ones we had scheduled for today.
All right, everybody, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Any final words before we depart, Barry, or anything? See you tomorrow at 9:30. So, all right. All right, everybody, thank you. We're adjourned.